see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet. That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slapper.
Are you crazy?
Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin.
Let go of me.
But y'all don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack of Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. And now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezer. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it, I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly and I smiled at the son of a bitch for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Oh, thank you guys so much. I'm sorry. I usually remember to turn that off. I'm so sorry. I needed a couple of extra minutes, so I played the Friday the 13th party. But happy Friday the 13th to all of you guys. And I see everyone here in the chat. It's so nice to see all of you tonight. I saw Hey Jude. Thank you, Hey Jude. Also saw WV Holla Girl. I also saw Kathy Bartholomew. Sue, good to see you. Cece, good to see you too. And Show Poodles, I saw Town Chat Cafe. You had me laughing. I was laughing about your comment, the Yowza comment. And then I saw Borna Honey. Good to see you, Borna Honey, Mally Cat, and Little Miss Sharon. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. Thank you. See, this is what happens on Friday the 13th. You're muted right away. That rarely happens to me. Thanks, Cece. Thank you guys for letting me know. Red flags. Flag on the play. It's so good to see all of you guys. Thanks so much for being here. And like I said, happy Friday the 13th. I needed a little bit of extra time. It was a little bit loud in here when I was starting the intro, so I decided to play the party that we have. Hey, Prayer Warrior, good to see you. So tonight, I have a couple of things planned for us. So I got a little bit sidetracked because somebody sent me some photos of the Texas Roadhouse. Hey, Jana, good to see you. And so Texas Roadhouse has been a really hot button issue in the Sebastian Rogers case. Then I also wanted to pull in Fox Seattle had a press conference consisting of women who have lost children due to a parental situation where there was a custody battle and then the children were their life was taken. The child's life was taken, and there was a really brave lady there, and I wanted to pull her story in tonight. But for some odd reason, all you can get when you go back to that video is a mic check, and I watched it live. is the mic check, and then it goes silent. And there were several speakers. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you. There were several speakers there, and what they were saying was really important, right? Whether you're on the side of, father's rights, mother's rights, parental rights, I think that I'd rather be on the side of children's rights and the right that they have to their best interests always being kept in mind over father's rights, mother's rights, parental rights. Because let's face it, today on my community wall, I posted an Amber Alert for a mother who took her child, right? So a parental kidnapping scenario, like we're seeing with Travis Decker. You have to adhere to those parenting plans. You don't scare the hell out of another parent for no reason. It's really, really scary when someone won't answer or when they're not on time, right? For something like that. And when you're not on time, you call ahead and text, whatever. There's so many ways to communicate. Hey, Hindsight, good to see you. Blessed Friday. Blessed Friday to you too. And so, it's just so important. So I do want to bring that into the conversation. Hey, BMW Coop, good to see you. Oops, wrong one. The chat's going too fast and I didn't grab it. Good to see you, BMW Coop. Thanks for being here. And so I think it's really important, guys, and welcome in everyone. Welcome in everybody in the bushes too. Hello, hello. And so we're going to talk about that. But first, I wanted to pull in some more Texas Roadhouse footage because someone sent me this source. I downloaded the video. I figured we could watch it. And then I also want to show you these photos. And again, this is actually a lot like what Hindsight, BMW Coop, and Mama Riso were talking about the other night on their live, which I thought was a really great live. But it's trying to identify people in the Texas Roadhouse that may or may not be connected to the Sebastian Rogers case, right? Because let's face it, I believe that the Texas Roadhouse video has a lot of good information that we can use to figure things out a little bit better than if we didn't see it. I would love to see other videos like that too. Hey, Linda Hall, good to see you. Thanks for being here. So I think that it's really important for us to examine this, especially because someone sent this to me. So let's get into it. And I'm, like I said, I'm sorry, I need a little extra time. So I did our party because it's Friday the 13th and I had Jason in there. And I think that's kind of funny. They're dancing around in those masks. But let me pull this in really quick. I'm sorry, I have so many photos. I want to make sure I grab it. Oh. Well. Okay, maybe I didn't get to lay that in. Hold on, let me see if I could get this. Okay, sorry guys. It's probably, I thought I loaded it in, but I must have not had to. I had too many files. Just bear with me here. I thought I uploaded it, but I did not. Okay, so it'll only take me a second to upload it, but I'm going to do this first one. We're going to look at this. And it's really interesting because it appears that Katie is looking over at a gentleman across the restaurant, which and forgive me if you've had this brought to your attention before. I would like to just bring it back because I think it's important. And those of you who haven't seen it, like this is the first time that I've noticed this sort of interaction. In this picture, you can only tell that Katie is looking in that general direction. The person who sent the picture to me went ahead and drew, arrows pointing to either side of this, of the restaurant, right? Where Katie's gaze would actually fit to be. So we'll take a look at that really quick. And then I'm going to show you a closer view just because this is what I like to do. I like to kind of take it step by step and examine the picture. So I pulled it in more, right? Cropped it in. And here you can see Katie, again, a direct stare into that direction. Now keep in mind, and we're going to watch the video, but keep in mind, this is when Katie is doing that, looking around the restaurant as if she's looking for someone in particular, in my opinion. And then if we zoom all the way in to the picture, we're going to see something different. So just bear with me on that. And now you're going to be able to see the gentleman's table, not Katie anymore, but it's the same picture, just zoomed in. Now his hands are, of course, by his face. I mean, they're eating, right? And they have rolls and stuff, and those are things that you would eat with your hands and not like a fork or a spoon or something like that, right? So just something to consider there. And then it appears that it is a couple, a man and a woman sitting at the table. But it is a direct gaze, I think. Hey, Cinderella. Hey, Hope Floats. Good to see you guys. So, I mean, it is, I know, and it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. I just found it to be interesting. And yeah, Borna Honey, I mean, to me, she said, Borna Honey says to me, she always looks, always appears to be looking for someone at the Texas Roadhouse. She does a lot of looking around, right? And not really engaging in a conversation with the person she's eating with, which, I mean, I can't lie. I'm on my phone a lot. And sometimes I'm not as engaging at the table. But when I'm with my daughter, it's a little bit different. So, but I just found this to be really interesting, and somebody, took the time to do this. And so I thought, let's pull it in and check it out. And I know, hindsight, you've actually, I really would like to know what you all think about it, because I know you probably analyzed these background people more than I have. But I found it to be interesting that Katie was gazing directly, and that would be toward the bar, more so toward the bar area. And then, if we pull it in a little bit more, you can see it is, a direct, not saying that, she couldn't have been looking off into that direction for whatever reason. But let's go ahead, and I'm going to pull in the video too. Oh, okay. How strange is that? I guess none of them loaded in there. How weird. I've never had that happen before, but I guess it's a little wacky. So let me get rid of some of these. Oh, sorry guys, this is Jack and Lily. I was just gonna take out some of these overlays because I can always add them back in. Well, I'll be darned, I didn't know that it didn't load earlier. Okay, it's loading now. Well, yeah, and that's an issue as well for me, hindsight. And I'm sorry, I kind of just caught this one right here about the maximum clarity. And just, you guys got to remember too. Hey, YouTuber, good to see you. Yeah, you guys have to remember when we're looking at these, and the more that we pull in and zoom in, the more. And forgive me and correct me if you guys have to correct me, feel free. But it's very pixelated. It becomes more pixelated, and then you kind of get a different effect on the photo, much like, you know, the flashlight video photos, right? It's more of like a Lego-y kind of broader, like the definition and the facial features and things are not going to be there because you're blowing it up. It's heavily pixelated, I think is the best word to say. But that doesn't mean that you can't mess with the coloration and things of that sort. Lady, we also looked at the image and watched them leave without any additional contact to or from Katie. Okay, so that person was good to go. So those people just normally, it looked like to me, hindsight, it looked to me that it was a gentleman and his wife, or, you know, a significant other, but they looked comfortable. I guess they look comfortable sitting there. It doesn't look like a first kind of encounter. They look like they were just out to eat, was my interpretation, when, especially when I zoomed in and I'm kind of looking and the lady's sitting there and it's not, you know, it looks like a normal Sunday evening dinner. Is, in my opinion, a husband and wife. But thank you for that, because I mean, that gives more clarity. Thank you. Thanks, hindsight. Yeah. And it's like, then also on top of that, there's so many other characters that are in the restaurant that were actually like waiting around, like you guys were talking about on your live. So, or you ladies were talking about on your live. It was like you're looking at the scene and you're counting how long, right? In your video, you did like, what was a minute and 53 seconds or something like that. And then another minute and 40. And, you know, like I said, feel free. But it was like 4 minutes basically that the green hoodie's waiting and the yellow jacket is waiting. And so it's very bizarre, and it's so out of place. And those people were sitting and eating and sitting and eating. And, you know, these other characters are walking around. Nobody takes anything away. It's just all weird, right? In my opinion. Hey, Nina, thanks for being here. Nina says, it makes me so sad to see the video of him outside the Texas Roadhouse and then reported missing the next morning. As much as it hurts my heart to say it, I really don't think he will ever be found, in my opinion. Yeah, Nina, it is really painful to watch the Texas Roadhouse video. This is one of the videos that we can really take away from, since it's the last time that anyone saw Sebastian publicly. But thank you. Thank you. I was getting those times mixed up. So a minute 50, right? We had the green hoodie waiting outside. Nina, I'm going to come back to your comment. I'm sorry. A minute and 50, almost 2 minutes, 10 seconds shy. Green hoodie is standing outside waiting for Katie, and Katie goes a direct path to green hoodie. Right? Weird. Green hoodie has been cleared by law enforcement. It was first speculated that the green hoodie was a man, and then law enforcement came out and said that this person used the female restroom. So and things of that nature when that came out. Then the yellow jacket guy waits a minute and 44 seconds, again, almost 2 minutes inside, and they're simultaneously doing this. So he's waiting in the foyer and foyer, excuse me. And then you have the green hoodie waiting for Katie. So there's some sort of an interaction because the yellow jacket guy's kind of holding the door open and they leave, but he's waiting there. That's the weird part. And then you also have the green hoodie waiting there for almost 2 minutes. And that's the weird part, that they're both waiting. It seems like there is something going on, right? Some sort of collusion, some sort of something happening there, because There's no other good reason for them to be there. And if the green hoodie only went to the Texas Roadhouse to go to the bathroom, and that is the only thing that the green hoodie did, if I have to go to the bathroom, I'm going to go in and go to the bathroom, right? So it's just very strange that they're hanging out over at the car, and then the green hoodie walks away in a manner like, forget you then, kind of, right? Forget you then. And it's bizarre. This is the last footage. Hey, Pamela Roberts. This is the last footage we have of Sebastian Rogers, and it's super important to go over it and over it and over it, in my opinion. We're probably lucky that we have this footage, to be honest with you. And this came out around December. So in December, and it's helped me understand so much more just watching Sebastian, just watching Katie, watching their interactions. So, and it does make me sad, Nina. It makes me sad. It hurts my heart too. And the hardest time watching the Texas Roadhouse was the first couple times I saw it. And then when I was doing the comparison of the boy in Missouri that looked to be wearing the Ninja Turtle, or somebody else corrected me and told me what I think what the costume was. It was a ninja, green ninja of some sort. But when I did the side-by-side comparisons of that boy next to Sebastian, it was uncanny, yet that young man, in my opinion, was younger than Sebastian. So I don't think it was Sebastian. Now we know it was not, unfortunately. But that was the hardest thing for me, and I cried editing that video because the way that they were walking together, I just was like, I knew it wasn't him, but I wanted it to be him so, so bad. So bad. Hey, Holly S., good to see you. Hey, Megan Els, good to see you, Megan Els. Yeah, he held the door open. Right. It looks like, yeah, it looks like I'm holding the door open, but he definitely was in there, right? Waiting. And when we think about watching hindsight's video, how long a minute and 50 seconds is, how long a minute and 44 seconds is, and the green hoodie coming up and waiting, like I said, you know, I would have maybe believed that if, because it was very busy, maybe like, oh, it's real busy, I'm going to wait for a second. But if she only had to go in and use the restroom, then there's an issue, in my opinion. It's weird. It automatically becomes out of the ordinary, and we want to know what's going on. And then we've never heard anyone clear the yellow jacket guy, who, to me, once I saw Sebastian's picture on his phone, was like, I mean, like I said, he has an apartment up top here, and he's not gone, because I still find him to be the most suspicious, hindsight. And I totally get what you guys are saying, because that is a long time in the grand scheme of things, right? We think, oh, a minute and a half is not very long. A minute 50, a minute 44, right? Not very long. 2 minutes, that's not a long time. 2 minutes is quick, but it's really not if you're sitting there waiting. It's like watching water boil, after you put the oil and the salt in, you're just waiting for it to boil. If you stand there and watch it, it's not gonna, go faster. But December 7th, 2024. Thank you, hindsight. Yeah. So we received these December 7th, 2024. We had the stills, right? We were looking over the stills. We were looking over everything. We were examining everyone. And I want you guys to remember too, Dog wanted us to, in my opinion, focus on the green hoodie. There were certain other people and players that they were focusing on, and they were asking us to look at the video and wanted to know what we thought. So Town Chat says, I noticed that the green hoodie started to walk up the striped walkway, but when the family came out to get into their car, then Green Hoodie shifted to the driver's side and KP's car then stayed there until she came out. Yeah, and that's the problem, and waited way too long for someone who had to, and not to be crude, but if you have to pee, if waiting too long by the car for someone who had to pee, you're not gonna wait. You're not gonna stick around and be like, well, I'm just gonna, even though I gotta go, I'll just wait a second. No, you're just gonna hurry up and go in there, especially it's a strange place, in my opinion, just to stop off and use the bathroom because it's not the highest end steakhouse, but it's not the lowest end either. It's not cheap to eat there. It is a steakhouse, so a lot of it doesn't really add up or make sense at all. Um, right? Yeah, it is weird. Why she waited until KP came out was strange, and in my opinion, she is part of it. It's just a bunch of weird people, right, that are kind of involved in the situation that don't have any business being there. And the business that they do have being there just doesn't even make any sense, right? Because we don't see them taking things away. Little Miss Sharon, we don't see them doing any of that. So yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Hindsight says you don't realize how long that time really is until you feel it yourself, in my opinion. Right. Until you sit there, you know, and just sit there. And it's like, and then especially, if you set a timer and you just close your eyes, it's amazing how long it is. It really is. It's too long for someone needing to use the restroom, in my opinion. Well, and that whole walkway was the biggest way of, in a crowded area, right? The last thing I'm going to do is travel between the vehicles, which is a tight squeeze. I'm going to go, where there's less traffic and where I can kind of skedaddle my little ass across, that's just what I'm going to do. I'm not going to sit around and, hem haw with getting in between people's cars and stuff like that. And no, I'm not doing that. And I don't think anybody logically would, because everybody tries to take the path of least resistance most of the time. YouTuber says, Town Chat Cafe, yes, why move from the walkway? Oh, sorry, I just read that. I can't tell. Some since they changed it over, it's like you can't tell if it's highlighted. Sometimes you can, and sometimes I don't double click it, so I apologize. Prayer Warrior says, I'm pretty sure most of us have heard, or excuse me, I'm pretty sure most of us have never stood between two cars like that before, in my opinion. Yeah, and I've never stood in the middle of the doors, in a restaurant, where you could go in the one door and then there's a little room, right? I call it a foyer. And then, then there's another door and you're in the restaurant. He was waiting in between there for a minute and 50 seconds. That's a long time. 10 seconds shy of 2 minutes is a long time to be sitting there waiting. I also wouldn't be waiting outside if I had to pee. I'm just going to be honest. I mean, not to be crude. Again, I not to be crude. Exactly. Cinderella says, I believe there is someone in the car beside KP, and you can see someone sitting, I believe it's the passenger side in that vehicle. They also change the trajectory when they go outside, and they're walking on one side. There's a big stationary ashtray, and you can see on the one side they were going to walk that way, and then Katie changes Sebastian's trajectory completely, and they walk around it, around the other side of it. Excuse me. Hi, Kai Kai. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, long time if you're on the edge. Yeah, long time if you are on edge, right? And it's a long time just after. I mean, he was just really weird, just going around the restaurant. Yellow Jacket was. Now I'm referring to him. He was just going around, right? And he was also sitting on the other side of the restaurant as well, which we're going to look at the video of the inside of the restaurant. I did get it to load up. Meg. Green hoodie could have walked between any car or that open area or Sebastian's side of the car, but was KP's car door. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways, and for her to be waiting right by the car is absolutely odd. And I could see why we were focusing in some of those videos that they were pushing out. Hey, MS, that they were pushing out were actually, I mean, focusing more in on that interaction with Katie in the green hoodie. And of course, we were all very interested to know more about it because it's a very odd interaction. Other people are alerted to it, like the guy in the black hoodie. We also have Sebastian, who in my opinion looked very alerted to that. Now, some people would say Sebastian's very observant, and I do agree with that. I do. But I also think that the way that Sebastian's gaze followed that person and more so Katie, did cause me to pause because of that. So, yeah, a fast food restaurant. Yes, absolutely, Prayer Warrior. Fast food restaurant all day. I'd hit a McDonald's and use the bathroom and not buy a thing. Absolutely. Same with the same with Burger King. Same with any of that. Any Wendy's, whatever. Not in a Texas Roadhouse. I never would. First of all, it's way too crowded. Oh no, thank you. No, thank you. So, I mean, yes, I agree. Absolutely. A fast food, a sit down establishment like the Texas Roadhouse. No. And especially as busy as it was. YouTuber says, I still would really like to know why Yellow Coat guy and the guy next to him both turn around and stare in the direction of KP and GHG. Yeah, exactly, YouTuber. They do. It's like they're kind of startled by something, right? Something catches, not even, okay, I won't say as far as startled, but I will say, something catches their attention. It's pulled away to the other side, right? So, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Something happened. There was some sort of a commotion, in my opinion, to have that reaction. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. She does. She does, Meg. But we've pulled in a lot of comparisons of people that the green hoodie could have been. It's almost like it's almost like the yellow jacket. We're trying to figure out who these people are, and it's really tough. And, again, I wanted to shout out to the person who sent me this over because it made me re-examine more of this inside of the restaurant as well. So it just kind of pulls me back in, and I appreciate everyone's hard work too, trying to figure out what's going on around the restaurant. I think that is a very important piece to this because of this weird activity with the green hoodie. And so we do need to identify people, in my opinion, not hurt people or, stalk them or anything weird, please. But identifying what they're doing there is not anything but eating and, a regular interaction at a restaurant. I think, anybody could take a look and say, oh, well, that's not right. This doesn't make sense or something like that. TN Nurse says, whoever says it isn't a long time, he has had to perform CPR. Oh, I see what well, yeah, absolutely. Tennessee Nurse, I'm so sorry. I got you. Yeah, absolutely. Whoever says it isn't a long time has never had to perform CPR. Yeah, because you have to count, right? When you're doing CPR, and it's like forever, right? That's such a great point. Oh, okay, Town Chat. See you later. Thanks for being here. YouTubers, or Lil Sharon says YouTuber, yes, was going on that made everyone stare. What was going on that made everyone stare? That's the thing. Something happened over there. Something made everybody go over and look. Whether it was a loud noise, whether it was, I mean, the green hoodie was like, you know what I mean, at Katie. So, Hey, Ann Brock. Good to have you from Alabama. No joke there, says Meg. 100. Yeah. Yeah. And it is. It's an incredibly long time when you think about standing in a doorway, standing by a car. Unless you're waiting on somebody, then it's not that long, I guess, if you're waiting on someone. Sorry, that was me being a brat. And Pamela Roberts says, in my opinion, Green Hoodie was there to exchange with KP, whether it be conversation or something else. I think it may have been loud because the yellow coat and busboy stopped to watch and listen. They sure did, Pam. Or Pamela Roberts, they sure did. So, I mean, I absolutely agree, and very well said. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. We need Sheriff Morrison in our lives, period. No, I'm just kidding. Meg says I need Sheriff Morrison to go train Craddock. We do. I know. I put that in the video today again because I thought that was really, great for him to kind of call out the perpetrator and say, look, you got to be perfect every single second of the day. We only have to be perfect once. So, yeah, new hero. But I have a really big treat for you guys tomorrow night. So I think you guys will really enjoy tomorrow night's show. Michelle says KP isn't dumb. She isn't going to do anything in public. Well, Michelle, I can see your point there. But I want to show you guys this video really quick. I'm not terribly behind in comments. Oh, I'm so sorry, Anne. All right. Well, we're gonna need to say prayers for Anne. Oh, I hope you get better. I hope the infusion works. Yeah. If I have to use a public toilet, she says. If I need to use public toilet, it's a dire emergency. I'd pick a fast food place over somewhere I have to fight through a crowd to get to the bathroom. Yeah, absolutely. Sunday night dinner hour at Texas Roadhouse would not be and this is not like the Texas Roadhouse in the middle of nowhere, right? There's plenty of options, in my opinion. I agree, Meg. I do. It's bizarre. YouTuber says Cinderella, it makes me believe there was a loud talking between KP and Green Hoodie. If there was, for whatever reason, why would KP allow a noise loud enough to bring attention to her? I feel like there could have been a situation. What I could say about this is this scenario could probably play out like maybe Katie told Green Hoodie something she didn't want to hear, and then Green Hoodie was pissed, and she was being loud. And so Sebastian's looking over there because his mother is walking right towards this person. And obviously, this is purely speculation, but that could cause alarm to everyone standing outside, which it did, and brought attention to her. But I mean, I can totally see what you're saying, because if they're trying to do something that they're getting away with, but again, I have to go back to Sheriff Mike Morrison, saying it only takes one mistake. And I have said that before, so I can't give him all the credit. You guys already want to see him more than me. No, I'm just teasing. But really, all kidding aside, I've said that before, that that's what breaks cases open, is that one little misstep, that one little mistake that they made. And if we can identify, I'm getting all excited. But if we can identify that, then I think that we might be able to figure this out, or figure out something that will lead us to more. It just takes one little mistake. It takes one little fingerprint. It takes one little cigarette butt with your lip print on it. You miss something. Something is missed, and it's the tiniest little thing, right? Aw, thank you, YouTuber. Yeah, we sure do, Anne. Oh, hey, Sasha. Good to see you. Good to be here. Thank you, Holly S. Tienner said something. heard initiated people to stop and look. Right, I agree. Sebastian seemed concerned by his behavior. It was seemingly something louder than normal conversation, or it wouldn't have resulted in those responses. I agree. I agree. Something must have happened. Whether some loud noise occurred. TN nurse, thank you. Yeah, I agree with that. Something must have happened. Aw, thanks, Meg. Hey, Carla. Hey, Meow. Good to see you. Loud, angry talking. It could be Little Miss Sharon. It could be loud, angry talking. Most definitely. Most definitely. All right, guys. So I'm going to play this. Oh, and I'm so sorry. Hey, Mama Risa. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. I think Katie confronted her for being at the car, and I don't think it's anything more, but I don't judge anyone who does. Different opinions are needed and shows that people care enough to dig. Yeah, TN nurse, and we don't have absolutes here. We don't have really much that's solid that we can say law enforcement stated or here's the proof. We do have a lot of statements made, in my opinion, by the parents in the situation, whether it be Chris and Katie Proudfoot or Seth, right? Seth's statements are consistent, in my opinion, also very truthful, matter of fact. Chris and Katie's have not, my opinion. But I agree with you 100%, and that is so well said, because if we're all digging, sooner or later somebody's going to dig something up of value, in my opinion, especially when we look over these videos, right? Carla says Green Hoodie didn't stop there to use the restroom, in my opinion. It was Sebastian that yelled something to Green Hoodie or Katie while everybody looked. And you could be right, Carla. I mean, and then like I said, she does, give her the get out of here kind of thing. She does. I will say that she does resemble the lady in Carolina. But, honestly, and obviously I'm not trying to point fingers or anything, just to make a point. Let me see if I still have this. I think I do. StreamYard didn't do anything I told it to today, guys. I'm just going to put it out there. Bunch of butts. Okay, here we go. Let's see. So yes, here we go. It looks like this lady too, and that's, obviously Katie's mom, Miss Frances Rosenbaum, but she does look like her too, in my opinion. The Green Hoodie, like if I was to look from afar. But I also thought that the Green Hoodie, hey Dixie, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Or a photo of the car plates at 3 a.m. for crying out loud. Wouldn't that be something? We need that. I want the audio of Sebastian making it home. How about that? Is that too much to ask for? At least could Seth have it? That'd be great. Pamela says, the thing that's missing is sheriff that wants to find Sebastian. I mean, when we see Mike Morrison again, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going to give credit where credit's due, guys. I really am. And it has nothing to do. I know that we've been joking and teasing, he's very nice to look at. That aside, that passion, that drive to find out where Travis Decker is so justice can be brought, so they can find out what happened, so they can talk to him, everything. Just that tenacity is so absolutely refreshing to see in a sheriff. And when all of us are, and no doubt Sheriff Craddock is, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm sure he's tired and weary. I don't want to hear it later, guys. I don't want to freaking hear it. Okay. But I'm going to tell you, somebody looks like he's working harder over here, right? I mean, you know, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I'm sure they'll go over well. But really, I mean, it's my opinion. I see what Sheriff Mike Morrison is doing. I see what Eric Craddock is doing, Sheriff Craddock is doing. You know, I mean, it's not rocket science. It's like super easy just looking at it, common sense. Carla says she went on to say why the comment has been made that he would, or excuse me, that he could show up when he is 18 and that CPS was at Seth's house 2 weeks before he went missing, saying Seth knows where he is. I said, this is Chris. Yeah, well, there's been a lot of really horrible things said by Chris, in my opinion, especially to Seth. What are you going to do if this goes south? Somebody would have had to hold me back. Because I don't know that my brain could process that fast enough for my fist not to punch. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. What if this goes south? Really? My son's missing. What if this goes south? I mean, I can't even imagine the rage. And then on top of that, you have people who don't give a crap and they're in there contaminating the crime scene. So, and I feel comfortable saying that at this point when we're a year and a half in and there's no trace of Sebastian Rogers, so to speak, according to authorities. They are saying, you know, we don't even know that he left the house. We don't, you know, I mean, we don't know what we don't know and all this. Yeah, Chris wrote that. Yeah. Yeah, so YouTuber, there's either like a handoff or something that happens there. They're way too close. They deliberately go by each other, in my opinion. And so yeah, I mean, something happened there, in my opinion. Huh, TN nurse, exactly. Absolutely. Green Hoodie is the only person in this case who has been cleared by LE. Think about that. Think about that. And I believe, in hindsight, if you're still in here, you might be able to help me out with this one, because I know you guys showed the doc yesterday. I don't have it uploaded anymore. That was very quickly after the Texas Roadhouse video was released to us. Hey, Butter Biscuit, good to see you. Hey, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, TGIF to you. Nice to see you. Aw, thanks for being here. Uh-oh, Mama Marisa, I have to get you guys wrenches too. You and BMW Coop. And if Hey Jude is in here, she's probably like, dang it, Lady Freedom, I sent you the links. Navy Shellback says, hey, Navy Shellback, thanks for being here. Says, just started watching Hell Camp on Netflix. There were 15 taken in the middle of a school night. Wow, that's interesting. Hell Camp on Netflix. I have Netflix. I'll check it out. Thank you. Hey, Puppy Love, good to see you. Sorry, guys, I'm a little behind in chat. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss any good comments before we get into this other part. Oh, that's good, Prayer Warrior, that you don't have a lot of crime in your town. That's wonderful. Okay, so hey Lolo, good to see you couponing. All right, welcome in, guys. Thanks so much for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and start this video, and just bear with me. There's no sound on it, and I'm gonna come in over the mic in a second, but I need to go adjust the air because it's kind of getting humid and yucky in here. My hair is gonna poof out, and it'll be bad news. Okay, here we go. And this is right when they're being seated, right? I'll be right back, guys. Okay, thanks guys for waiting. And so obviously they're eating at the table. We can see that happening. Not a lot of conversation. Sebastian's head is down. He is really kind of hunched over, in my opinion. Now Katie's looking around. We see her doing this. They're going to kind of come back to it again, I believe, in a slow-mo here. Yep, right here. So she's looking across. Now this is the direction that our friend showed us the picture, right? That we went over earlier. She's looking everywhere though. She's scanning the restaurant, in my opinion. Keep in mind, this is slowed down. And I did not slow it down. This is the actual video from Nick the Hat on his page. Very strange look on Katie's face. I just have to say that. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody's face. I'm just saying. It's an ominous look, in my opinion. And, you know, Sebastian's none the wiser. He's sitting there eating his food. And that's what Katie really wanted him to do. I mean, she flung the menu over at him. He asked if he could play the game. She flings the menu across the table. Now, she does this motion like why, right? Or what? With her hand. Now she turns her hand over like she's telling him what's up. She's giving him the 1-2. Whatever you want to call it. But she's definitely saying something in an authoritative way, in my opinion. Sebastian looks nervous. He's definitely starting to bite his nails. As someone who does that myself, it's hard for me not to. I do it when I'm nervous and I have to stop myself. Now they're walking out of the restaurant. Okay. You see Katie. She puts her hands in her pockets. She doesn't seem to have a purse, in my opinion, or a bag. And Sebastian walks out with his hands in his pockets as well. And again, you could see it's slow. The video slowed down quite a bit. And the restaurant's busy. It doesn't look like there's, you know, much sitting room in the restaurant. And of course, if we were zoomed in, we would have seen the green hoodie coming. The reward is up to $500,000, guys. $500,000, $50,000 through the FBI. Hey, Peggy, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Aw, thanks, Lolo. Butter Biscuit says Green Hoodie was the last person seen in the presence of Katie and Sebastian before he went missing. I still feel a connection. Yeah, it's hard not to, Butter Biscuit. I agree. And just the way that everything went down is really strange. I mean, you know. Oh, thank you, Hindsight. You're amazing. She says, we're your support lady and everything as well as this channel. Oh, wonderful community. Thank you, Hindsight. I agree. And I had a wonderful time in your live. You guys are always so welcoming. And it was just a great live. It was great. I enjoyed being there. I enjoyed the information. I love comparisons, right? And that's why I wanted to pull this one in tonight. And I thought, hey, why not? Let's go over it. Let's take a look. The more that we deduct, the better off, right? Because we're just deductive reasoning, and then boom, we're down to, you know, the nitty gritty. Then, if we can deduct everything, that's the key, in my opinion. Lolo says, if Yellow Coat guy is who I've heard he is, Sebastian may be in one of the homes or schools like KK and Edgar wanted to put him in. When you've admitted to this institution, you cannot have your shoes. Lolo, I agree that is a high possibility. I do, because I've watched the program, because there are other schools like this, because I've watched Paris Hilton's story about Provo, Utah. They're so interconnected. And it's so much information. I've been trying to get it in more of a format to present it to you all. Not that I think, oh, this is it. But I think it's important to discuss this, especially when we have kids going missing left and right and we don't know what's happened to them. Obviously, looking at a case by case is going to be the smartest move if we're trying to find out really what happened to a specific child like Sebastian, right? Young man, excuse me. He's now 16. Women's Warrior said, Lady Freedom, it's a known fact from an ex-police officer whistleblower that in cases there is corruption, contamination of the crime scene is quick and purposeful, allegedly, in my opinion. Prayer Warrior, Woman's Warrior, I agree. And I think that it's deliberate. And I do believe that. I do believe that here. Either that or the Proud Feet were really able to pull the wool over Sheriff Craddock's eyes. And I'm here to tell you, he is educated. Sheriff Craddock is educated. He is no dummy. One of my favorite lines, Gary Sinise on The Stand, that movie, he says, you know, country don't mean dumb. You know, he's from East Texas, right? And he's like, country don't mean dumb. Like, looking at these guys like, you think I'm stupid just because I have an accent. And that's why, you know, same goes for Eric Craddock, in my opinion. He's very educated. He's he's a stickler for English. It's quite comical, in my opinion, but just one of his little nuances that I've noticed about him, and he said it in a couple of different interviews and his posts and things like that. You know, he tries to really stick to the correct pronunciations of things and all of that, which I understand. You know, it's hard these days, especially with texting, and we have all these, you know, codes and stuff, but hey, Don B, good to see you. Don B says, I think Katie's world was falling apart and she blamed Sebastian for it. And something happened when they got home. Yeah, Don, you could absolutely be right about that, because that's another thing that's really, and I won't even say controversial, but it's probably something that there's going to be differences of opinions on. Absolutely. You know, no doubt about it. And so that part right there, because some people are thinking, okay, did Sebastian even make it home, right? Is that really Sebastian taking out the trash? We also have the questions of, you know, when did this event happen? And then also, when was this planned, or was it even planned? Was it an accident? You know, was it something that Katie was frustrated, like you said, Don, and when they got home, something happened. I have a lot of friends too that think that way about it, and then I think about it, and I'm like, that could really be possible because we really don't know. That's why I would love to hear the audio of them pulling in or something, right? Or even see the trash video with my own two eyes. So yes, little Miss Sharon, I know, because, and you know what I do now is I just, it's like, but then I like, that's also why I wear the fake ones, because it's easier for me not to, like, obviously do that. So I just kind of, or I'll do that or something. That's funny. Yeah, because this is a bad habit. Plus, your hands are not the cleanest, you know. Aw, thanks, Peggy. I'm so glad you're here. Aw. Hey, Astrology for Mystics with Jen. Good to see you. Women's Warrior says usually by heavy football or law enforcement and emergency service to try and cover the plan of contamination. Well, and it or footfall, excuse me. Did I say football? I think I did. Usually by heavy footfall, excuse me, or LE and emergency service to try and cover the plan of contamination. Well, and that's the thing too that we could probably go back and forth and kind of explore and discuss, because was it something that Craddock dropped the ball because there was an unconscious bias, right? This is me playing devil's advocate, giving the benefit of the doubt. But when I think of it like that. And I think, okay, was there something that he missed that he's too embarrassed to admit, too prideful, right? Doesn't really want to be like, man, I really fudged that. I shouldn't, I really should have treated it differently. Or is it something that he got the story from the Proud Feet and he rode with it? We're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, right? But one thing that leads me away from that is the fact that he contradicted Katie, and I play it every night. When he says, his mother says all of his shoes have been accounted for at the house, but I'm not going to say that he's barefoot. And I know he's chomping away at his gum and all. I know. But what he says is actually very powerful if we listen to him, right? And just like kind of read between the lines. But he was being transparent as I've ever seen him be, in my opinion, with that reporter. And the reporter saying, we heard that he left with no shoes on, he was barefoot when he left. And Craddock's like, well, his mother said all of his shoes were accounted for at the house, but I'm not going to say he's barefoot. And that is a detective. We watched a video on Craddock just a couple of lives ago. Definitely go check it out, where he was a detective back then and he was being interviewed. Really insightful into Eric Craddock, in my opinion. Really insightful. And the fact that he was going to say, no, I'm not going to say he's barefoot. I'm just saying that his mother told us that all of the shoes are accounted for at the house. So right there, he's looking at it from a detective perspective, in my opinion. That's what it proves to me. But then it changes over, in my opinion, right? And then it becomes something where it's like, because here, I'll just put it out there like this. In the beginning, when I'm watching the footage, and even the first 7 days of searching and everything like that, they're pulling out all the stops. When they were notified of Sebastian's disappearance, they were swift, right? They came in droves. They hurried up. They got there. Even though Chris and Katie decided not to dial 911. Right off the bat, I'm here to tell you, if I'm just looking at it like, in a very subjective way, I'm thinking to myself, hey, they're swift. They're doing the best they can. They're hurrying up. They're getting that Amber Alert out, which they did. Endangered person alert. I know. But either way, they're getting the ball rolling. There was a massive search for Sebastian, right off the bat. I mean, boom. And that was despite the best efforts of the Proud Feet, in my opinion. Another thing too is we have to remember that law enforcement, and I'm not sticking up for them, please, and I'm only talking about Sebastian's particular case when I'm saying this as well. So please keep that in mind. But when we're looking at everything as a whole and the way that the Proud Feet were hindering the investigation for Sebastian, like the differences in the weight. First he's 113 pounds, then he's 120 pounds. First he's wearing dark clothing, right? All black sweatpants, black sweatshirt. So you're thinking a sweatsuit or a hoodie and a pair of sweatpants, right? But then we find out, no, that's not what he was wearing. He had white stripes down the side, you idiots, right? And then we're all treated like fools, and they, you know, then we're wildly speculating, and they're sitting back laughing at us like, these idiots. Ha, we got them. You know, that's my opinion. The circus is because of what the Proud Feet did. I cannot, with good conscience, even though I don't like the snuggle struggle crap, even though I don't like what he's done so far, even though I think that he should be doing better, I also think that the Proud Feet have hindered this investigation from day one. Oh, Sebastian's not high functioning. You know, he's really smart, but you know, he may talk to you, he may not. There was a lot of things that were coming out that even people who have children with autism, have children and grandchildren and nieces and nephews and people that they know that are on the spectrum, were sitting back and thinking, well, where does he fall on the spectrum? And you know, and then people were under the impression, even Eric Craddock, that Sebastian was taking medications for his autism. There's no medications for autism. It's helped and overcome some of the obstacles when you're on the spectrum, are overcome with therapies, right? Like making eye contact or understanding social cues or different things like that, right? Regulating your emotions and understanding when you are standing too close to somebody, something like that. But those are usually things that are easy, right? One of our friends here, Meg, tells me about a hula hoop, right? And that's how she would explain it. You know, stay in your hula hoop and don't go into other people's hula hoops, kind of a thing, right? So it's boundaries. But many people who aren't even on the spectrum have issues with boundaries. So, you know. Carla says, woman warrior, I am not going to say allegedly or in my opinion. I'm saying Craddock is corrupt and he has been getting rid of evidence against the Proudfoots. He has no intention to make any arrest. Yeah, I don't think he does have an intention of making an arrest. I don't, Carla. I don't. And then again, I cannot understand if it's because of a lack of evidence or because he's, like you said, that corrupt. I can tell you, Seth did not seem happy with him when he was standing outside the police station, and who would be? It's never going to be good enough until your son's home. You know? Oh, you're welcome, Hindsight. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I love having you guys on and in the chat and everything, because it helps me to reinforce a lot of this stuff. It's important, you know, for us to kind of, you know, understand it and everything. Hey, Sammy. Sammy says, as Rich said, you've never seen such paranoia from Katie since. Her lap bag is just under her jacket, in my opinion. And it might be, Sammy. And see, that's why when I'm looking at it, because I thought her purse might have been like in between of the booth and her on the other side. Then when I didn't see it there, but she definitely is fishing in her pockets or putting her hands in her pockets. So there's that too. And she very well could be holding something, you know, under her hoodie, something like that. Absolutely. She's definitely doing things at the table that are suspicious, like taking pictures of Sebastian. When she does it, she kind of holds her phone up like steady in her hand. It's all weird. Kathy says, in my opinion, I have questions. Why would LE be searching for Sebastian if they know? Isn't there a law against false reporting? Why can't LE bring Sebastian back from wherever he is? Yeah, Kathy, those are all great questions. You know, they stopped. I mean, they stopped searching. So the first 7 days they were searching, they scaled the search back on day 8. And then when the United Cajun Navy came back, excuse me. No, I skipped the landfill search. Then we had the landfill search. And then we also had the United Cajun Navy come in. And that was like the last large scale search from law enforcement was the beginning of April. And that was the last press conference was April 2nd, 2024. And we haven't heard anything except for on the Facebook page or X. You know, we'll see those things updated mainly on Facebook. I don't know why LE can't bring Sebastian back, Kathy. And, you know, that leads me to believe that something bad could have happened. And so, yeah, I think that might be it. Carla, I hear you. Wouldn't that be nice, you know? Yeah, and I mean, I still think the schools are something to discuss because, I mean, let's face it, there's a lot of kids that are like taken in the middle of the night to these schools. It's something that we need to be aware of, especially when these schools are known for like the violence and the unalivings of children in their care. So yeah, the emails, absolutely, Navy Shellback. Yeah, great point. The emails too about putting him in one. And they wanted to put him in the one in Gallatin. That was one that was suggested. And when Seth did the research, he was like, no way. You know, and we did a live on that school in Gallatin, and there was a lot going on and a lot of abuse. Not a place for Sebastian. Again, when I watched this Texas Roadhouse video that we just watched, I don't see a child that has behavioral issues. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, couponing, great questions. I agree. You know? And Brock says, I just don't understand why they haven't found Sebastian yet. It's been way too long, in my opinion. It's been way too long. And I don't understand what the holdup is other than if they didn't gather the adequate information in the beginning. I mean, from my perspective, they spent a whole week thinking that he walked off, you know, operating under the assumption that he walked off. So, yeah, Sammy, I agree. Says Kathy, right? They kept saying there's no proof. He's not alive. But then we also keep hearing will be difficult or they cannot bring him back from where he is WTF that does that. Yeah, what the fuck does that mean? Yeah, exactly. I know, and that's the confusing information. If they could even come out and let us know an update, that would be fantastic. It wouldn't be that hard. And honestly, even the press conference that we watched about Travis Decker, it was only about 15 minutes or so. I mean, I took out some things in, some here and there, the questions that you really couldn't answer or hear really well from the press and things like that. And I shortened it a bit, but I mean, honestly, it didn't take that long. And they set up the expectation when they went out there. They're like, look, we're going to give you this update, but we're also only going to give you about 5 minutes each with the U.S. Marshals. His name was Jerome. The other guy's name, Mike, sheriff, right? You're going to get 5 minutes with them. That's it, press. And then it's going to be over with. And that was that. And, that's how it's done. So Lolo says, hindsight, it's hard to see his face with that mask over his nose and mouth in the Texas Roadhouse video. Makes it difficult to get a good look at him. It does make it really difficult, right? Because we don't see his mouth. I mean, obviously we were talking about lip prints earlier, but I mean, everybody has unique lips. So you can't see his mouth. You cannot see really his structure, his facial structure on his chin, that sort of thing. So absolutely makes it difficult to identify him, Lolo. Thank you. Well, Miss Sharon says Chris from the interview room said no one is pulling the wool over anyone's eyes, so I hope that is true. Really, I didn't hear him say that in this case. That's interesting, little Miss Sharon. I'm glad to hear it. I love Chris McDonough. We're big fans of him over here. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I hate to think that the FBI is the end all be all, but in the same way, I really agree with what you're saying here. If only the FBI would take over, I feel this would be solved. I think that if we had a different agency entity take it over, I think that we would be a lot closer than we are right now with it in Sheriff Craddock's hands. He doesn't have the angst, in my opinion. And not that we've seen, talk is cheap. Anybody can say anything, but actions speak louder than words, in my opinion. We don't know what we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And he expects us not to speculate, even though he gives us that. And he wants the grace of not knowing what he doesn't know, but he doesn't give us any grace when it comes to us not knowing what we don't know. Go figure. So, great point, Meg. Yeah. And that, that really could be Jen. Taking him somewhere else. Something took place between 1 and 3 a.m., Jen says. Yeah. And, I have to keep going back to what Chris said. He told Duchess on Duchess for the Missing between the hours of 12 and 6, he basically vanished, is what Chris said on Duchess for the Missing. And then he turns around and tells Nina, hey, by the way, between 12:17 and 12:30 and 6 a.m., Sebastian went missing. So... Hindsight says Lolo, it is, however, we did the imaging based on bone structures of the nose, nasal passage, and hairline follicles, which did not match in analytics. Yeah, great point, Hindsight. Thank you for that. And I mean, I'm doing it, I'm like kind of eyeballing it, right? Because that's kind of how I look at things. I look at people's facial features, right? The cheekbones, that's another thing that you really can't tell when a mask is right here. You can't really tell unless somebody has high cheekbones, but you can't see their bone structure. The hair follicles was another check mark for me. The nose, the ears. Yeah, there were a lot of differences. Also, the way that his eyes were shaped, and you guys did that facial kind of comparison as well there, and that was another big one for me too. Just the shape of his eyes and you know, I told you guys I like to paint and draw and stuff like that, and you have to pay attention to those details when you're trying to draw a portrait or somebody or just anything really. Carla, that's so true. You can't fix stupid. Nope. Stupid is stupid as. Enlightening words. YouTuber. Oh my goodness. YouTuber says, in my opinion, EC doesn't think that deeply. I really don't think he does, guys. He's very immature. I mean, like, even in the video I was talking about that we covered last time with Eric Craddock, he was like, they were asking him, like, what's the best part of your job? And he was like, he was not young at this point, right? Because, like, maybe a kid that's like 19, 20 is going to be like, yeah, going fast. But, like, he was definitely like, oh yeah, what's the best part about your job? And he's like, I used to get to ride a motorcycle every day. And he's like super proud of himself. And I'm like, oh, you're immature, you know. And our friend Tony Fire, I know he yelled at me about that the last time. He's like, hey, I like to ride my bike. But it was just like, it was funny. It just reminded me of, like, I want to go fast, Ricky. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going fast, Ricky Bobby. And, like, he wasn't worried about, like, oh, I just want to protect and serve, or, like, the best part about my job is justice. Like, it was like, I'm going fast, you know? And it was just funny to me. So I had to point that out. Oh, I mean, really. Meg says, yep, dumbest words from anyone in LE ever, aside from Snuggle Struggle, and he's an English stickler. Go figure. Well, we know he knows how to rhyme. Smart guy's a rhymer. Smart guy's a rhymer. So damn cringe. Oh, yes. Oh my gosh. Well, and you know, you guys all know how I feel. I did a whole video, and, you know, to me, I would never, and this is like, no, this is all freaking joking aside, I would never want to bring anyone to him with that mentality that has ever experienced someone doing that to anyone. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a boy, a girl, young, old person, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all wrong. Raping somebody is not anything but power and someone who's sick in the head, right, that wants to exert control over someone else. And it's just disgusting, and there's nothing okay about forcing yourself on someone. It doesn't matter, like I said, again, male, female, old person, young person, any of that. It's wrong no matter which way you smash it. I don't care. And you know, and again, and I said it in the video, it's not even like there was like a laugh about it, like haha, lol, haha, just kidding, even though that's not even funny. But I could kind of say, okay, well, maybe he didn't mean it, but there was no joke. And he also tagged his girlfriend at the time in the post. So, I mean, you know, Craddock, there's only so much I can do for you, buddy, when we're seeing all this. And, you know, honestly, I was going to do a video on the Snuggle Struggle, but I found so much more degrading language to women. And again, like you said, you know, go figure, he's a stickler for English. But, you know, I mean, yeah, no. Nope. Aw, how sweet. Anne says, I have an autistic grandson myself, and his favorite color is green also. That's great. Yeah, and I think so many people just fell in love with Sebastian because they know someone who is on the spectrum, or he reminds them, you know, you could say, oh, you remind me of, you know, my son or my grandson, or, you know, my nephew. And it's just, it makes it all the more heartbreaking. Carla. Oh, wow. That was like a... So Meg says, if you listen to Craddock and listen to Sheriff Morrison, you can see who earned their position clearly. Not gonna lie, one wants to go fast on his motorcycle, but he doesn't want to catch the bad guys. Because that wasn't something like... It was really cool driving really fast on the motorcycle because I could get around cars and catch the bad guys. It was like, I just want to go fast, ha ha ha, so I can brag about how cool I am on my motorcycle. I mean, you know, Meg, I can't. I think that was really well said. I can't even argue with that. Navy Shellback says, I think they were looking into Seth before the feat, unfortunately. You know, Navy, I saw that on 5D. It was an interview with Tony, Seth, and Josh. Well, it was Josh from the lab, not Lab After Dark, but the lab. And I saw that, and it definitely reminded me of that. And obviously, it was going over what electronics were taken for how long, how Sebastian's room was treated at Chris and Katie's house, how it was treated when they followed Seth over to his house, and how Seth was treated, and his phone was kept longer, and he wasn't given back the PS4, 5, whatever. Sorry, I'm not big into like the game consoles, knowing which ones are which, but either way, absolutely, I agree with that, and so does Meg. Yeah, because I mean, we don't know. I also, thank you, Navy. I also want to bring this up too, because I'm sure a lot of you all will remember this. But Chris was also talking about how the police said his devices were very clean. They complimented him on that, right? He said that. And he was also talking about how they took everyone's devices, right? And then he also said that he was on and off the phone with the police all morning, the morning that Sebastian went missing. So who's to say that he wasn't the one putting bugs in law enforcement's ear about Seth? Because we've seen him do that so many times. I'd be ill if I started talking about it. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, in my opinion, he was just trying to portray an image of doing everything they can. If I had to guess, they aren't doing a dang thing regarding Sebastian's case at this point. It doesn't seem that way. And Seth was upset about that. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. That's a great point. I agree. In my opinion, Eric Craddock made it clear from the get-go that he wanted Sebastian's case to go away. He had no photos, flyers of Sebastian displayed. Began presser and saying he didn't have much time. That is a true story. And it was all about him, right? It wasn't about, hey, I have this child who's missing. We need to find him. I agree, YouTuber. That's the vibe I got too. And it was, oh, well, we're doing everything we can. And if you can do better, then come over here and do our job for us. Well, might as well, right? You know, and it's like, okay, you betcha, Eric Craddock. Let's see. You know, I mean, yeah, it's frustrating as hell. Lolo, that was another thing. I'm glad you brought that up. Lolo says, Kathy Bartholomew, one thing that stands out in my mind is how they didn't give current pictures of Sebastian to LE for the flyers. It makes me think Sebastian is out there somewhere. Does that make sense? I absolutely see what you're saying, Lolo, because they didn't want him to be identified, so that's why they were giving younger pictures of him. That way, in the event that somebody saw him, they wouldn't recognize Sebastian as an older individual as he is, right? I agree. Yeah, that's a great point. Megan, thank you. And He went missing from his bedroom, not the area around Stafford Court. It was his bedroom. Yeah, he wasn't last seen in the area of Stafford Court. He was last seen by his mother, Katie, when she said that he said, "Good night, Mama," and "Good night, puppies," and that he went to bed at 9 o'clock that night on Sunday, February 25th, 2024. And then in the morning, when she went to go wake him up for school, he was missing. He wasn't there, right? Yeah, hindsight, I agree. I mean, that's one thing that would point to Sebastian still being with us. Um, yeah, absolutely. Carla, I believe this in my heart of hearts as well. Just kind of when I glanced over it really quick. Carla says, Navy, yes, I'm quite positive it was Chris and Katie's plan to have Seth take the fall for Sebastian being missing. I feel it was planned that way. They didn't plan on the world following Sebastian's case. Carla, that came from Chris's own mouth as well. So, I mean, I understand when people are going to say, "Oh, I can't believe that you're blaming these parents. They haven't been, you know, they haven't been clear, but they also haven't been, arrested for anything. They're not in trouble, blah, blah, blah." But when we're looking at this and we remember these things, "Oh, we never thought it was going to get this big." They said that on day 8. They said that to Holly Thompson while they were sitting in their living room. Tina says, why is the part cut when they get menus and they're eating? So what they did was they showed it and then they cut it off and then they restarted it again and had it in slow motion or slowed it down a little bit. But I know which part you're talking about. But yeah, they slowed it down. They cut that part, right? You split the film and then they duplicated that and slowed it down a little bit or replayed it. Yeah. And the younger pictures, when she clearly had pictures from the Texas Roadhouse, then to show an old picture from a previous visit to the Texas Roadhouse. I also did a video on that too, guys, and people were trying to say, "Oh no, Lady Freedom, that's the Red Robin." And I said, "Oh no, this is the side of the menu." And I did a whole comparison on it. They were trying to make us believe that Katie when she's wearing her hair down, she's wearing a blue and black top, short sleeve, and Sebastian's sitting with her in the booth. That is not, and everybody's happy. We do not see that in this at all. This is Sebastian. I mean, slumped down right in his chair. He's not sitting up straight. He's slumping down, and then, and everything about him is like down, right? He's not sitting up. He's not looking around eating. This is good, he looks tired. He looks defeated. He looks like he's being scolded, in my opinion. They just are Little Miss Sharon, and I cannot blame anybody else for that, and I just won't. Little Miss Sharon says, I agree, the Foots are totally behind the circus. In my opinion, poor Sebastian. Yeah, absolutely. It's so sad. And they've done it to us from day one, and they're like, "You idiots, I can't believe you didn't know what kind of pants Sebastian was wearing. They're not the Adidas, or they're not just the regular old sweatpants. They're Adidas style pants from, the 1970s. The kids won't know what we're talking about." That's what excuse me, not Seth. Sorry, Seth. That's what Chris said in one interview with Smiley. Then he turns around on Web Sleuths and said, those pants from the 1980s that you get, the Adidas style pants and all of this. And it's like, I thought they were from the 70s. And then in the same interview with Smiley, he turns around and says, the tearaway pants, those were the kinds of pants. The white stripes down the side is sufficient. but again, it was to make us all look stupid and feel stupid, and for him to be the one with the most knowledge, and oh, I know everything, and you guys got it all wrong. See, you're wrong about everything. But see, that's the gaslighting that we see in this case from Christopher Propfoot, and he's done it to us from day one. And if you are keen to some of these things, then you can pick up on it. I mean, I can't help anybody that doesn't see what's being shown. I've done so many comparisons, caught him in so many lies. Same thing with Katie. If you can't see it, I can't help you out. Go back and watch my video again. Same thing with the Texas Roadhouse. You don't think that's a picture, an old picture from the Texas Roadhouse? I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. Kathy Bartholomew says, I think, and this is just my opinion, I feel like the Proudfoots wanted law enforcement to look at Seth to take the heat off of themselves. Let's just blame him for everything. Yeah, kind of like at the school when it was alleged that Seth was being blamed for everything. But, Seth only got to see Sebastian every other weekend. So how could it have been Seth's fault every single time when Sebastian is spending the majority of his time with y'all? I mean, it's not hard. It's really simple. But they want us to think that it's so hard, and they want us to be confused. They want to, assert order by chaos. So I think he did too, Sammy. I think Ken Widener is a good guy. I will say that. I think he really tried. And he was even consulting with others to figure out kind of the patterns of other children with autism who are on the spectrum and who historically have ran away. There were a couple of kids that we heard about that overexerted themselves, just kept walking until they couldn't walk anymore. Ooh, that scared me for a second. That was the beagle. So we heard of that. We also heard about the being drawn to water. So he was definitely researching other cases, and I believe that too, Sammy. He was working with the cave experts as well. Tina Oberdorf says, a part cut out why menu than eating what was happening while waiting for the food. There's more videos of them eating their food and waiting for their food. This one was just a small clip. I think it was like a 5-minute clip because I don't have any more to show you guys. Probably closer to like 4 minutes. Of them at the Texas Roadhouse, but it wasn't from the whole video. This one was focusing, Tina, on Sebastian and Katie, and Sebastian looking around the restaurant and looking over ominously and that sort of thing, and when they're getting up. That's why some of the video is slowed down so much, because they were trying to make us obviously pay attention to certain details. So it isn't the raw video from the Texas Roadhouse, if that helps. And Linda says, since it's been over a year and nothing, a seasoned investigator needs to be put on the case. I agree, Linda. I'm like I said, I'm not here to tell you that we're not dealing with a seasoned investigator, detective. In my opinion, that was Craddock. I mean, before he was a sheriff, he was a detective. But I agree. I think we need somebody different. I absolutely do. Well said. I want to see I would like to see that too. I do know that there is footage of Sebastian coming back from the bathroom, Meg, I believe. When did we look at that? Yeah. I'm gonna have to check for that. Yeah, sleep, exactly, Sammy. Like, helping to sleep and things like that. But he slept well at Seth's house with herbal tea, you know? It's weird. Oh, amen, hindsight. We're all in this together. We have to remember it's okay to agree to disagree. The more we learn, the more we know together. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that. So, 100,000%. Because, again, like I said, it doesn't matter how we come to the conclusion as long as we come to a conclusion. And then deducting things away is like, great. Okay, this person's not involved. Check. Right? Please get out of here so that way we can find the real info. Like, that's my big thing, you know? So, hey, Barb here. Barb here says, I would like to know if Yellow Coat was in the restroom the same time as Sebastian. That's a great question. I don't think we have any indication of that. Um, but that's a great question. Okay, hindsight says no. No, he was not. Yeah, in hindsight, I just have to say too, I really trust the analysis that you all have done, right? Because I know where your heart's at, and then also you are transparent. You show us these things, right? And it's like we can make a decision whether we want to believe it or not, right? Or what we're seeing, or the distinction. We can interpret it however we're going to do that. But I really appreciate all of the work that you've done to narrow this stuff down. It's important. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know there was a second petition on Wally's page, YouTuber. Oh, okay. Linda Farmer, there are two petitions on change.org asking FBI to take over the case. One link is on Seth's page, and I have one on my page as well. Um, and then one is on Lolly's page. Does she have a separate, or is it the one that Seth started at the beginning? Look, Seth has been trying for this from very early on. You know, Carla says the whole weekend was planned out. Every single thing Katie did with Sebastian. Times they would happen. Seth was in the plan to become the parent that kidnapped his son. We stopped that. I agree. I agree. And they weren't banking on that ever to happen. But did we do that? You betcha. You betcha. I think so too, Megan Els, because how else are we to come to any type of valid, solid conclusion if we don't? Megan Els says, I think it's great that everyone shares possible scenarios. It's important. Yeah, Kathy, it's hard to get through, and that's why it's important to talk it out too, because and there might be something that, we miss here and there, and somebody else will say, come around with a fresh set of eyes, because I don't know about you guys, but sometimes when I'm editing these things, it's like I even have to like put it away for a little while and look at something else or take my mind off of it and come back, because otherwise, it's like proofreading. You'll miss something. Um, yeah, hindsight, really well said. Megan knows 100%. Without that, we have nothing to go on together. So something, see something and say something. Right, absolutely. And it's not to be oppositional to each other. It's not to be like, I'm right and you're wrong, nana nana. It's not about that. It's more or less like, hey, wait, look, this is what I found. And it's like, whoa, if that's a new clue and that debunks something that I thought all along, oh my gosh, but at least I can take that off of my plate, right? Because again, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we're sitting at like a freaking buffet, right, of information, and we're just kind of like picking things off that we don't need anymore and stuff like that. And so we're just like getting rid of things, and please, because we're sitting at a whole freaking buffet. I mean, to me, it's like it's almost overwhelming, right? And it's like one bite at a time, right? You can't just eat that whole entire buffet at once, right? You gotta pace yourself, right? And so if we can just kind of chew away at it, crack away at it, we never know what we can come up with together. If we're constantly being oppositional and being like, no, I'm right and you're wrong, that's going to get us nowhere. And I've said it here before, I think it's so important that if you are going to say present something to the contrary of what someone else is saying, I think it's super important to bring an understanding of why with a supporting statement. Like, I don't agree with that because ... whatever you want to say. Why don't you agree with it? Say why, because that helps understanding rather than someone just saying, I'm not even going to deal with this anymore. I'm mad and I don't want to explore this further, right? Which is fine. And if people are upset, then definitely take a step back. But in the same way, it's so important for us to just say, well, I don't agree and this is why. Because otherwise, I mean, I could go up to somebody and be like, you're wrong. And they could say, why do you think I'm wrong? I say, you're wrong. Again, it's stopping the conversation versus sparking the conversation. And again, sometimes you come to a conclusion where you agree to disagree. And it's like, okay, well played, and moving along. I'm not going to change your mind. You're not going to change my mind. But it's not a reason to get upset. It's not a reason to hate or get upset or argue, unless it's a healthy debate, in my opinion. It's all my opinion. Mom Marisa says, no, Yellowcoat wasn't in the restroom with Sebastian. He hadn't yet entered inside of the Texas Roadhouse at that time. Okay, so Sebastian goes and uses the bathroom, and then after Sebastian's back from the bathroom, then the yellow hoodie guy comes in. Okay, thank you, Mom Marisa. I appreciate that. Yeah, because it puts it into perspective. Hey, SI Officer. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Welcome in, Little Redo. Hey, guys. Hey, Trishy. Good to see you. Shelly. Whippersnapper. Good to see you. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that too, Carla. Hey, Maria, Elaine Reiner. Good to see you. Sorry, I messed up in the chat there. Sasha says, and the guy could have, Sebastian, he had a big cage in the background, yet Sumner never called about the tip. Oh, I know who you're talking about, Sasha, the guy with the watch guy. He did have a cage in the back. It was kind of a weird little cove he was sitting in, Yeah, Michelle says, I try and look with fresh eyes and not keep going back to be emotionally charged and start seeing things that might not be there. Just don't want to jump to conclusions. Absolutely, Michelle. And I think it's important to look at it over and over again and reanalyze it and that sort of thing, because I always find new things in anything I'm analyzing, Oh, one's for the marshals, Barb. I gotcha. Barb says I signed both, one for the FBI and one for the marshals. Okay. I will share it. If it is a petition for Sebastian, I'm there. Mom Marisa says, but we are not at liberty to share. I'm sorry. Whippersnapper, happy Friday, the 13th. Maria Elaine Reiner says, at BHB's trial directly behind Chris, there was an Asian man at the Texas Roadhouse outside one of the cars thought to be Chris. There is a face on an Asian man knelt between the cars. In my opinion, one of the abductors. Oh, okay. Maria, thank you for sharing that. I don't know about that, or I have not seen that. I know there was a comparison with Chris, and we were thinking it might have been him, but then we kind of concluded that it wasn't. I don't know if that's the same guy. I want to see the entire video, Lil Redo. Lil Redo says, I want to see the entire video before I determine is BS or not. But I think it's fair. It's a fair request. I want to see the whole entire thing I want the Texas Roadhouse. I want $1 million. No, I'm just kidding. But no, really, I do. I want to see the Texas Roadhouse video from start to finish, raw, nothing edited, nothing. I just want it raw. That way I could break it down, because we did get it in pieces, and so I agree with you, Lil Red. I agree with you. Um, you know, and it's like reminding me of I play that Veruca Salt song in my head from Willy Wonka. I want it now. Like I want to see that. I want to see the data from Katie's iWatch. I want to see the video of Sebastian taking out the trash. I want to see the video, hear the video of Sebastian pulling into the driveway. I want proof. Sasha says, excuse me, why is Sumner County exempt from following up on tips? No other sector is what makes them so special to break their own law. I agree, Sasha. I don't know how they're getting away with hiding information in this case, in my opinion. Carla says, well, they have to do something to find Sebastian, and they are doing nothing, so let someone take the case that wants to find answers. It doesn't seem really hard, right, Carla? Let us take it off your plate for you, It's so frustrating, Trishy. My goodness. It really is. It really, really is. Shelly says 16 months, and if Sumner County don't have anything, they need to let someone else look into this. I would love Chris McDonough on this case. Shelly, same here. Well said. He would be a great guy to have. He's very likable and personable. He's respectful. I don't even know if Chris Proudfoot could get him, would get riled up with him. I really don't think he would, because Chris is very likable, down to earth kind of guy, conversational, asks really great questions, but isn't intrusive. But yeah, I would love to see him involved. Sasha says, I've never seen this incompetence in local law enforcement in a case. Never, not with this much evidence. Yeah, Sasha, it just doesn't seem right, does it? No offense, but this is exactly why we get upset. Help, 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 but not given information to help with. It's like half the story. This makes people not want to keep looking because you feel defeated. Yeah, I understand feeling defeated. I do, especially at this juncture. And it is frustrating that we have to keep speculating and that we don't have anything as solid as we would like to have. I agree. SI officer says, because they possibly have certain individuals identified in this case, they cannot show it. I say this if it truly is moving forward in an investigation. Well, I could see that, SI officer. Yeah. Yeah, and then here we said very frustratingly, yeah, and yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Sammy says the last thing I would want is to meet my maker at the gates and have to explain myself for looking the other way when I had the ability to help save or protect any child, especially the most vulnerable of them. That's really well said, Sammy, and I wouldn't want to be there either. I really wouldn't. Hey, Adam Forever 21, so good to see you. Yes, we all said, I know, I hear you, SI officer. I understood you. Whippersnapper says, how can we get the full video? Can we put it in as a request? I don't think so. And you know why? Because it's still an open and ongoing investigation. I think the only reason we got that is because SF put those stills out and then at night turned around and just started putting their own clips out that they had, I know. I think there needs to be an internal investigation. I do. Linda, they did not want to put Sebastian in a school in New Hampshire, to my knowledge, but the school that they wanted to put him in Gallatin was actually a part of an investigation because New Hampshire sent over children to that facility in Gallatin, Tennessee, and they found that there was abuse in the facility, and there was an 8-page write-up. I did go over that in a live, that New Hampshire did an expose on the one in Gallatin because they had sent some troubled youth to the Gallatin facility, and the children were abused there. So, excuse me. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Sasha says, "Oh well, dad unalived his 3 daughters, but we don't know what we don't know. It's okay, just forget about it. It's okay." That's Sumner. Could you imagine? I know, Sasha. No accountability, and that's what it seems like. That's why I think it's important to gather peacefully for Sebastian. I agree. Little Redo says the watch guy picture is filled with a lot of things. You have to break it down into several squares, then enlarge them to see what it is. I agree. There's a lot to that picture. SI officer, someone could have been waiting in the restroom for a very long time for someone to show up in it. That's true, SI officer. It was so busy in there too. Something could have gotten handed off, and somebody could have been in the bathroom when Sebastian was, that we might not even know about. I agree. Yeah, the watch guy picture, absolutely. Yeah, Carla, when I saw it was Friday the 13th, I'm like, oh, I got to put that in my title tonight, because there's a monster on the loose, and it's Travis Decker, $1 million. Thank you, Town Chat, for that million. I kind of sounded like that though, didn't I? When I was like, I want. And I was like, I might as well say, I want $1 million. Shelley says, personally, I have never heard of a sheriff's office not clearing someone. It's been so long, Shelley. I agree. Usually they do a good job of making sure that the public knows that the parents didn't have anything to do with it, if in fact they know that the parents didn't have anything to do with it. Unfortunately, with the opposition that we've seen in this case from the very beginning, and I'm sure the police know about it. They were there. You could probably cut the tension with a knife. If I was a fly on the wall, I'd let you know, but I wasn't. But I'm sure that's what it was. And even Seth himself said he wasn't happy. Obviously, he's hearing these things like, what if this goes south? And the first thing he gets was, "Don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing." And he tells the people at America's Most Wanted, "Don't take this the wrong way, but Sebastian's missing." And it was like, what are you talking about? But I agree. That's a great point, Shelley. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I mean, I have several of them. I didn't know they were taken off a dog's page. Somebody had mentioned that. But yeah, you just got to kind of put them in order, and they're time stamps. They're time stamped. I'm just talking about, I would really like to just have that raw footage that's like all the way through of the whole entire thing. But that's just me. That's the way kind of my brain works. I like to do beginning, middle, end, right? Loretta says, because we do not live in Tennessee, we cannot do a FOIA for anything. That's absolutely right. But it's still an open and ongoing investigation, so they're not going to give us any information on it. And that's one of the big things we've talked about here. Even Megan Els had said it too. We have to prepare ourselves for the fact that they may keep this open and ongoing investigation, just like they did with Kyron Horman. It's been 15 years. We might have to wait for a new DA. We might have to wait for a new sheriff. That's really scary. Whippersnapper says, I reviewed the complete video released by that individual. He claimed it was the full footage, so I'm just raising legitimate question. To provide effective help, we must address public concerns openly. Oh, absolutely, Whippersnapper. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I think that any question in this case is legitimate, especially with the lack of knowledge that we have. Like concrete knowledge, right? We know what we've seen. We can analyze the statements and things like that, but really like evidence of that night, it gets really cloudy because we haven't gotten the facts from Chris or Katie. Katie can't even tell us what graphic was on Sebastian's t-shirt. Was it Halloween? Was it Minecraft? Or was it Star Wars? We still never got a straight answer, and they hemmed and hawed about that and, made a spectacle of themselves, in my opinion. And, again, we're the dumb ones for asking. And how dare we ask, and why asking questions like that? And what does it matter if my house was clean or not? That sort of thing. So it's always a fight. Oh, that's a good point. Hindsight, I agree. I will add on to the question that there is a misconception that there are different videos. That is incorrect. There's only one video. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Katie and Chris have that, and so does the rest of them, in my opinion. What did I do with that one? Overlay. Okay, there we go, guys. I was just going to put this up for a second. But yeah, so, I mean, hello, Verdict Vibe. Welcome in. Welcome in. Sasha says Craddock has to go. He's fired, in my opinion. Hate to watch you leave, but love to watch you go. My opinion. I hear you, Sasha. I know. Well, it's frustrating, it's absolutely frustrating, especially when we see and hear from other sheriffs, and we can see that they're not acting that way. Very well could be Adam Forever 21. It just reminds me of what we heard from Terry Bowersox's coworker when he talks about how they would pay people off to harass Chris's exes. So I agree that that's very possible. In my opinion, they paid someone to help, including a law associate. Very possible. I just see things from at night on social media, Michelle, is mostly what I see on that about Dog and what he has to say. Oh, absolutely, Whippersnapper. No ill intent here. We want Sebastian found and his father to have his son back. We are all in agreement on that. Oh, absolutely. And see, those are the things, I'm glad you said that, because those are the things that mean a lot, right? They really do. It's like, if we could all focus on that commonality and that common goal, we're in good shape. And show each other grace. We're not all going to think the same way. Our brains don't all work the same way. And in all honesty, Sebastian has taught us that as well, with the spectrum, because some people weren't aware of, I say there's a lot that follow the case because they have people that they know on the spectrum that are close to them, but the opposite is also true. There's a lot of people that just see Sebastian's cute little face and smile, and he's 15 years old missing, and now he's 16 and he's missing, and it's just like, that can draw people in too. And then we realize, oh, he's also autistic and he has a rare chromosome deletion, and how does that play into things? And so that's just showing us that not all of us think alike. Sebastian's extremely intelligent. There's certain things that he's really, really good at that other people would have really a hard time wrapping their minds around, including myself. So from the very beginning, and also trying to, put ourselves in Sebastian's shoes early on to where he could have walked off to if he did, and all of that. So, um, yeah, I think that's what they want to. Sasha says that's what they want. They are waiting for this moment that the case dies. Well, and a lot of the hate channels were even putting that out. I was looking through photos today and I saw one that I screenshot and it was like, oh, Sebastian's case is cold. And that was at the 6-month mark, you know? So they wanted it to go cold. Katie said she hopes that his face doesn't fall to the bottom of a feed somewhere. And that was when she was interviewed by one of the news affiliates very early on, the Only Hands interview. And I'm trying to think. Caitlin, what is her last name? Gosh, what is that lady's last name? Verdict Vibe says, I'm wondering how some people who are not LE have access to see the entire footage. Seems unprecedented. Yeah, I hear you, Verdict Vibe. And I think that the parents and law enforcement definitely have it because they had the private investigator on Chris and Katie's side of the aisle where they hired SF Investigates, and he and Katie went to the Texas Roadhouse to obtain the footage, and then obviously it was obtained by Seth as well. So I think that law enforcement has it, but I see your point where we don't know for sure if they do. Because let's face it, until it was the footage was released by the parents, we didn't know who Green Hoodie was, and law enforcement wasn't going to clear them or speak to them or anything, but they did, and then they ultimately cleared them. So I mean, if we're thinking of it like that. Sasha Johnson says, what Craddock needs to do is get a warrant for the gate at Second Generation Construction, make himself useful, and then the crawl space hole at the home. I can't argue that, Sasha, because that could be something there. And Little Redo says, I'm just asking the questions to figure out what's real and what's not. The amount of misinformation being put out by most people based on things shared or told to them has made a circus. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think it's made it more speculative. Absolutely. You know, I do. Yeah, and you know, we have to keep our sources close, guys. And that's another reason, like even the person that sent me over this photo today, I'm not going to share who it is. They know, shout out to them. I appreciate the hard work. I just don't, you know, I had to learn that the hard way. I really did. Hey, Juicy Jules, so good to see you, hon. I had to learn that the hard way. I really did. And I think it's just better to keep your sources close and quiet. It's, you know, not to muddy the waters. You don't want to lose, that trust. I agree, hindsight, 100% on that because it's just important. But, you know, in the same way, we are going to see people, to Little Red's point, I will say that we are going to see people who are afraid to come out directly. We all saw what happened to Bobby the neighbor. We all saw what happened to searchers who were helping Seth. There were threats. They're being followed very early on in this case. Very early on in this case. And, you know, I also have to say the locals have gone crazy. We have all of these local YouTubers involved in this, and we don't see that typically. He is, Barb, to my knowledge, Dog is still on the case. Yes. Yeah. It's to my knowledge, I haven't heard anything to the contrary. Carla says, hindsight, I understand that, and yes, you must respect them. Yeah, I don't understand why anyone would have a problem sharing the Texas Roadhouse video. And we've seen it all. It's just kind of in different pieces, and then also you have to understand that they're going to be zooming in on those pieces. They're going to show us what they're looking at and what we're supposed to be focused in on, right? And they've done several videos. There's several videos of the outside of the Texas Roadhouse, what's happening inside the Texas Roadhouse. And so, yeah, they've put it out. It's just a matter of piecing it together. And then also keeping in mind when somebody is taken and slowing it down. That's really important, in my opinion. Yeah, SI officer, I would agree with this too. In my opinion, many people have scattered away from this case, have become silent, or changing their theories and observations. I believe people are threatened. It's been ridiculous. Absolutely. No question. No question. And the reason I say that, in my opinion, is because you can see this occurring very early on. Seth comes out and says, I'm worried about my searchers. We're getting everybody in early. I don't want people going out there at night. He was keeping close tabs on people, and I mean, I don't think that was Seth's diabolical way of trying to get us to believe him. I think it was absolutely true. We also saw the Uvalde Foundation come out and talk about misinformation and threats. We also we also heard from the United Cajun Navy. I actually was pulling that into my video where I read my letter to Kash Patel. I think it's important for you all to see it visually. So, because the waters have been so muddied from the very beginning that it's just very hard to keep track of all of it. I like to think that I have a pretty darn good memory, but even myself, there's been times where I've almost been confused because of the information that's coming in. So that's very understandable, in my opinion, in this case. Right. Yeah. Oh, that's a good way. Thank you, hindsight. That's a good way to put it. The video shown is real. Nothing is concealed or being hidden. All of the same components are there, just extended, right? Yes. Or slowed down or cropped in. I remember the one piece, they took out everybody in the background and we were only to focus on the table, right? Things like that. And that comes with kind of putting the information out there. Oh yeah, thank you, Kai Kai. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I ever say your name wrong. I'm so sorry. But absolutely, noticed a at night post about Sebastian tonight 3 or 4 hours ago. I think they had 2 separate posts. Yeah, thank you. And that's the thing. You just have to go on the social media and find it. No, they didn't release like the entire video raw, Lil Red, that I've seen. So I mean, that's part of it. Yeah, they pieced it out. Tina Girl, good to see you. Tina Girl says, I think they forgot what was on his shirt, just like they forgot his shoes. Oh my goodness, Tina. And that to me is the big mistake that they've made in this case. I really do believe that, and that was why I felt it really necessary to, make sure that this is seen as well. I think that's very important. Sebastian's birthday party at the game show birthday party that they had for him, over to the left of your screen, and then you will see Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse on the right hand side of your screen. And I just want you to pay attention to his shoes. They look like a size 10 in both. Katie said she had to buy him new shoes because he grew 2 shoe sizes. Where are those shoes? know. Aw, thank you, Trishy. Thank you so much. Sasha, I believe so. Something's not right there. Yeah, thank you, Hindsight. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Lolo says, I had high hopes with Dog and his team joined in the search. I'm disappointed. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for a better outcome. I will say that. I thought it was going to be a faster outcome. I'm so glad that they're on the case. But I see where you could be disappointed, Lolo. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I think they're pervy too, Sasha. And I think there's a lot of issues locally that are underlying with that as well. You know, that's just the way I see it. Yeah, and he had to silence Sebastian about their odd lifestyle. I've spoke with people about this more personally, um, but I agree with what you're saying and had to silence Sebastian about their odd lifestyle. Sebastian could have seen something that he wasn't supposed to see. I agree that that is very possible. And with CPS on their tail, who knows what could have, triggered an ill response. Yeah, and this is the sickest part. SI officer says, and they're getting away with every bit of what they have been doing, which is ridiculous. I agree, and it's absolutely frustrating. Yeah. Sammy says yes, and not bashing or putting down other creators who are genuinely just trying to help find Sebastian. Right. And how are we to really, how are we to know if the police don't even know? Like Meg was saying earlier, we don't know what we don't know. Well, neither do we. You know, not, oh, thank you, Hindsight. Not Caitlin Quisenberry, but you helped me remember Caitlin Miller when they did the Only Hands interview and they were like holding each other's hands, but they wouldn't allow for the cameras to be on them because they said they were too emotional. Thanks, Hindsight. Yeah, the smell would be if they had something down there. I mean, and Adam Forever 2021 says, yes, internal investigation. They need to show some proof of all the investigation tactics, evidence, everything. Yeah, I agree, Adam Forever 21. I think that they need to do that for sure. Well, Lolo, you're right. She didn't, in my opinion, she didn't want it out there. She was pretty ticked off that it was put out there, because she only wanted us to see what they wanted us to see, right? And they did those 4 stills and they put it out there first. And then she was really upset when the footage was released. I agree. I agree. Because they don't want the truth out there. You know what I mean? Um, oh, thanks, Town Chat Cafe. No, Caitlin Miller. I was like, dang, what is her last name? But then when I heard Quisenberry, I'm like, oh no, it was the other Caitlin. But we were all here for one reason, and that's yeah. But we are all here for one reason, and that's Sebastian. Thanks, Barb. I agree. He's the one that matters, not us. Not us, and finding these different scenarios and figuring out which ones don't fit and which ones do is so important to finding out what happened to him, in my opinion. Oh yeah, I gotcha. Hindsight. Yeah, Mom Marissa was not implying that there are things not seen as in hidden. She was implying that the video excuse me, she was implying that the video, when placed all together, may contain minutes that are longer. Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, they slowed things up and different things like that, but nothing that would be noteworthy was missed. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think that they deliberately were showing us pieces at a closer look and things like that to show us. I don't think they're, no, definitely not hidden, definitely nothing. They're not trying to deceive us, in my opinion. Megan Els, this is a great point. We certainly didn't get a piece of the Texas Roadhouse video from LE. Not one piece did the public get from them at all. Not a bit. And they wouldn't even release the photo. And I'm putting this on the TBI. Yes, ma'am, I am. The TBI put their logo on the Texas Roadhouse picture that was an old picture. Instead of putting their TBI logo on the picture of Sebastian Rogers at the Texas Roadhouse, the last picture of him that we've ever seen. And where is it? I have it somewhere here, don't I? This could have been one that they released with the TBI logo, but they didn't. So are you one of those flying monkeys up there, Sheriff Craddock? Just a question. Because that's what Sebastian looked like the day that they were at the Texas Roadhouse, not the photo that has a TBI logo. TBI logo. Let's not forget that even Chris Proudfoot, most recently, when they were interviewed by Holly Thompson around the year mark of Sebastian's disappearance, he was also saying that if you have information, give it right to the TBI. You mean the TBI who lied to us? Okay, sure. Why not? That makes you feel comfortable. Yeah, I feel great about that. Hey, Miss Sarah C. from Louisville, Kentucky. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're just shooting the shit about Sebastian, trying to figure out what has happened here. You know, we're just discussing Texas Roadhouse, all the different aspects of the case, really. Shelley says, I have made a list of things Sumner County has done that is highly suspicious in my opinion. I've watched true crime my entire life. Something is off here. I second that, Shelley. Really well said. And I agree with you. I mean, I like to think that I know a lot of cases as well. And I love to watch true crime. I love unsolved cases. I love to try to figure out what happened. But here, something is majorly off. We don't have everything. There's something going on. A lot of it is off. Good point. Megan L says Sumner County should be asked what they are doing. Why should anyone else be searching for Sebastian in the first place? Because Sumner is not. That's why. And I agree with that 100%, Meg. And if they were doing their job, then we wouldn't be calling for other people to take their place. If they were so worried about finding Sebastian, then they would be searching. I agree 100%. No doubt in my mind. Sasha. Whippersnapper. Yeah, I wish Sumner County would rise up and demand some answers. There are things they could say to the public. Yeah, they could. They could, but they're choosing not to. Oh, yes, that's right. Hindsight. Yes, 2002. Yeah, SI officer, absolutely. They constantly contradict themselves. It's so obvious. We want help. No, we don't. We're going to threaten you. They stop any involvement that would be beneficial in any way. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Well said. And that's what's so frustrating, you know? Well, you know, and that's another thing that created a lot of distrust, Carla. Well, we know more. We know the flashlight video, not a trash truck. I mean, I even told when I was telling people about that, they even said there's no way that was a trash truck at that hour, you know, and that sort of thing. Um, Town chat. All the lying to the community when they should have been warning if a perpetrator, no matter who it is. I agree. And what about a description on the vehicle that was in the neighborhood? You know, I agree, Adam Forever 21. Well said. I love you, Miss Sarah C. That's so cute. Sometimes I do raise hell. I can't help it. Oh gosh, especially when it's like Tony Jones. I was going off on him the other night or last night, I believe. Oh, yeah. Oh gosh. And I love you too, Miss Sarah C. That was so cute. SI officer says this case has red wine vibes. So Dylan Redwine, too, who knows, likes, I said he likes the smell of poop, and he has been said and makes Sebastian wear the diapers. I know. And we saw him get up and use the bathroom at the Texas Roadhouse, and they were still like, oh no, you know? Um, I think so too, Town Chat. All joking aside, it would be nice to have Sheriff Yauza to take over Sebastian's case seriously for real. I agree. I agree. We could really use him. We could really use someone with that angst and that devotion and that, you know, determination. Sammy. No, I try not to. I try not to rant too much because I know you guys don't want to hear me just over there going off. But you know, sometimes it's warranted. But if I'm too easy on people too, you know, I do try to play devil's advocate. I do just to kind of smooth it over, but you know, and kind of even the playing field. But it's really hard. In this case, it's really hard. And it's getting harder and harder, like, as the days go by, right? For me to be like, well, you know, that was a misstep, or, oh, they overlooked that. It's all right. You know, because at this point, it's just madness. It's just madness. Yep. Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil, right? Oh, it was several months ago. Oh, boy. Hey, Celine Howard. Good to see you. It was several months ago. I think we were cussing a lady talking about you. I'm on your side. Oh, Miss Sarah C, that's so funny. Sometimes this flies out of my sailor mouth. I'm cussing like a sailor over here. Oh gosh, that's that's such a good point. SI officer, or that's such a good point. Meg says SI officer. That's why we all still show up for Sebastian. I agree. I agree. We can't let him down. You know, we've had him. We've He's been failed too many times. You know. Oh, good night, Carla. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys. So I want to switch over a little bit to Mr. Decker, the monster on the loose, right? I can't believe we've talked about Sebastian for this long. It's like, but I know we haven't really dove in And so, gosh, we just got to find him. And you know, this kind of stuff too is another thing. Look at Katie's face. It's just not right. It's just not right. I mean, compared, you know. So that's where we're at with that. But Travis Decker is still wanted, right? And I wanted to pull this in, and here's our chance to see Mike Morrison. We've been talking about him all night. But here's a good one. I want to go ahead and show you guys. Take that out of here. And this is the one that I posted last night after I got off of live. But here's the general gist of it, and then I wanted to break it down, and you know, I wanted to kind of go over what Travis's statement was to the courts and what the judge's statement was to Travis, right? So here is this video.
All we need is one mistake and one day to go in our favor, and he's going to be in our custody. So I hope he's watching. I hope he knows that we haven't given up, but you're going to have to be perfect every single day, Travis. And making it very clear that every single day Travis is out there, he's going to have to aim for perfection. He's not going to be able to make a mistake, because all we need is one mistake and one day to go in our favor, and he's going to be in our custody. So I hope he's watching. I hope he knows that we haven't given up, but you're going to have to be perfect every single day, Travis. We only have to be perfect one day. So we appreciate the community coming alongside us. We want to set up the opportunity for him to stand in front of our courts and our judges and face justice and hear the voices of Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, whose lives were senselessly taken by evil. That's all it was. We remain committed here at the Chelan County Sheriff's Office with our regional partners, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, East Wenatchee PD, Wenatchee PD, State Patrol, to continue to pursue justice and make sure their voices are heard.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. This is just a quick update on fugitive Travis Decker, also goes by the alias of Caleb. He is in court, and this is before the girls went missing. He is pleading with the judge that his circumstances should not hinder his visitation with his girls. He also assures the judge that he has never put his daughters in danger. Let's watch.
When I was separated from my original active duty, I came out into the civilian world and tried to figure out a way that I could live as a civilian. I didn't have family, I didn't have friends, I didn't have any support, especially coming to a state where I didn't have anybody to lean on or a couch to go sleep on. So when we initially went through our divorce, I went and put the uniform back on full time so I could support myself and support the family through the first big transition of Dad not being at home anymore. Once I fulfilled my year obligation, I talked with my chain of command and stepped down from full active duty and transitioned into, my contract ended in December of 2023. Starting over is hard, and I'm starting at the bottom, and I've got a long way to go, but I don't think that it should restrict the time that I get to be around my daughters.
We're not trying to take these children away from Mr. Decker. We respect and appreciate the fact that he loves his kids. That's obvious by the fact that he's attending their events. It's just important that they have this consistency in their lives.
Since I have been gone, every time I've had the girls, we have been in campsites in national forests and paid campsites that have campers. We've never done anything that was unsafe or anything I wouldn't want to put myself in. I understand that my current position when I'm by myself isn't ideal, but my daughters aren't a part of that. I only get to see them over the weekends, and camping is something that the four of us have done since the three of them were in diapers. I've never done anything I feel like that puts them in any sort of a risk that most families in the state of Washington, every campsite we've been to in the last month have been almost completely booked out or sold out because everybody's out this time of year. When I stepped away from the National Guard, I was making $86,000 a year, and now I make I think it's like $38,000 a year. When you start over from zero and you don't have help in a hand to get you through it, makes it a little more difficult.
One of the things I need to consider when I look at the best interest of the children is stability, and that's not stable. It's not stable having them in different places every time you have them. That's concerning to the court, regardless of whether it's in an RV, whether it's in a tent, whether it's in Airbnb, whether it's in a hotel, a motel. That's not stable. That's always a concern for the court.
Obviously, Judge Robert Jordan did not believe that the girls were in a safe environment with their father. He explains that it is still not safe because there are inconsistencies in the environments. No matter which environment, it's inconsistent for the children. But still, somehow, Travis Decker was able to bring his children to a campsite and take their lives. It's hard to imagine a father pleading for visitation rights with his daughters and a lot of poor, pitiful me. But what about the girls? Do you think the girls might not have wanted to stay at another campsite with their father? Maybe they didn't enjoy the trips as much as he did. Maybe they didn't want to sleep in a tent or sleep in the truck. Maybe it was scary for them out in the woods, even though he says that they all were in diapers when he took them camping growing up. But it's hard to believe that all three of them were in diapers at the same time. I also sensed a lot of moments when Mr. Decker didn't even believe himself. He knew that it was unsafe to have the girls out there like he did, in my opinion. I think it's really important to ask ourselves, when do fathers' and mothers' rights surpass the rights of the children to have a safe environment? And I would have to agree that motive doesn't matter. 3 little girls lost their lives at the hands of their father. Decker, if you're out there and you can hear this, we're coming for you.
Okay, guys, so that was the video that I put out last night, and you know, this is an extremely sad case, and you know, I have full confidence in law enforcement in this case, though, that they are absolutely on it. And that's because of the press conference that came out and the reassurance. And maybe that's, you know, false sense of hope on my part, or maybe, you know, I'm giving too much credit, but I don't think so. So we find out that, and this is Travis's words, that he, originally separated from his original active duty. He doesn't specify how long that was, but he said that he was having trouble finding a way to come back into civilian life, right? And live as a civilian. That is very commonplace when we hear about veterans, right? I cannot imagine going to some of the places that they go to, dealing with some of the situations that they see or deal with, and then coming back and acting like, you know, everything's fine. You hear a lot from vets that they want to go back to combat because they have friends over there. They have people that they're worried about. They feel like they have a duty. And those are all, hey, Retha, hey, Scarlet Begonias. There's just so much that goes into it, right? And especially when you're a dedicated person. And so this is very common. We hear this. But what worried me, or put up the first red flag about Travis, is that he talks about how he didn't have a couch to sleep on. And I don't know if that has much to do with maybe the arguments that were happening between he and his wife, Whitney. This is purely speculation, but I'm just guessing that he didn't have a place to go if they were arguing, or a couch to sleep on, so to speak. Or maybe he's speaking of the divorce, where he felt like he needed to have some sort of a support because he didn't have a place to go. So I couldn't I don't know, but that's just what I speculated on. He said that he was trying to get over the first big transition of dad, and he's speaking of himself there in third person, not being in the home anymore. But if he was active duty before that, or he had just finished up his duty and he had been overseas, and we heard about his tours in Italy and these sorts of things, which I do believe happened after, perhaps, or excuse me, before all this, perhaps. But I would think that the children would be more acclimated to him not being there than to him being there. But that doesn't mean, I mean, if he was home, say, for even a 3-month time period and the girls got used to him being there, maybe it was a tough transition. So there's that. But he said that he put his uniform back on for a year, and then after that year was over with, he went back to his chain of command, and that was when his contract ended December of 2023. But he pleads with the judge and he says, my time should not be restricted with my daughters because I'm starting over, and with this divorce, and I'm out of the military, and that shouldn't be a reason to restrict my time. So at first glance, we're looking at this man pleading. He's trying to explain his circumstances. He is a vet, and he's trying to get time with his children. In my opinion, my heart would go out to Mr. Decker, no doubt. However, the kids need consistency. And we hear the lawyer pipe in, and she says, look, we're not trying to say that Mr. Decker is not a good father. He has shown up to the children's extracurricular activities. He's trying. We understand that. We're not trying to take the time away from him, but the children are who we need to focus on, and the consistency that they're needing and the stability that they need. So good on her. So Mr. Decker goes on to tell the judge very candidly that he takes the girls to campsites in the national forest, and that's what they had been doing. He says that they've been camping all together, the 4 of them, since all 3 of the girls were in diapers. Okay, again, let's rewind and take a look at this. We have Peyton, who is 9. We have Olivia, who is 5. That's 4 years difference. And in my opinion, from the pictures that I have seen of Peyton, she is big sister extraordinaire, right? She's the big sister. She's got the 2 younger siblings. And I can tell you right now, I don't think she was wearing diapers past 4 years old. I'm sorry. I'm going to call bullshit. Bullshit, Travis. Now, maybe, I mean, time-wise, yeah, I could see Evelyn, who was 8 at the time of her death, and Peyton, who was 9 at the time of her death. Those 2 would be in diapers at the same time, right? Because they're only a year apart. But it's going to be hard to convince me that Peyton was still in diapers when Olivia was. Call me wrong. Maybe I am. Also, I want to point out, when children are in diapers, that means they're really too little to really have that many complaints. They're not going to really understand or know that things are not right or different or inconsistent or unstable, or something's wrong with us living in daddy's car. Something's wrong with us going camping with daddy instead of daddy having a house for us to go to. Just think about it from their perspective, please. Please, I beg you, because they're who matter, not the parents, in my opinion. He tells the judge that he's never put the children in an unsafe environment that he himself would not put himself in. Okay? That he's never put them at risk. I don't think that's true. Now, the judge has something different to say, right? The judge just says, look, this is unstable no matter what you're doing. If they're going to see you and you're in a hotel room one time, you're in an Airbnb, then you guys are going camping, this is very unstable for the children, and I have to consider their best interests. Good job on the judge. And that's when the parenting time was changed over, because of the instability and the inconsistency of the living situation with Mr. Decker. Excuse me, I don't want to cough on you guys. So, backing up to what I said in the video, I really believe that as these little girls matured and they were getting older, and even Peyton being 9, probably thought, I don't want to be out here. And what if, just what if, and I know that this was planned out, but what if they were complaining and they were acting up when they were with Travis because they didn't like the situation? Let's be honest. Children will let you know. Children will say, I don't want to do this. What if they all ganged up on him, and that sort of thing? I'm not blaming the children at all. But what I'm saying is they could have been becoming oppositional to the living situation that they were forced to be put into, because they know what it's like to have a home where they can watch TV and be comfortable, and then they can go lay down and they're in their jammies and it's nice and they got their little house shoes on and it's comfortable, and then they have to go into these harsh environments with their father where it's like it or not, this is where we're staying. It could be scary for them as they're older, even though it's something they might be used to doing with dad. When it's a necessity, it's a lot different than when it's a vacation. And so I just kind of want to put that out there, see what you all think. Because I certainly would never allow for that. I would throw a damn fit. You're not going to take the kid. You're not going to take the kids with you and do that. That's not right for them. No way. Well, Sasha, I think Sasha says, I'm confused why he couldn't stay in the home. I'm thinking there was a lot of turmoil in the relationship, and due to Travis's mental state and the issues that he was having with his mental illness, and also probably within the marriage, things weren't going the way that Whitney probably wanted them to go. I mean, she was trying to get him help. She was trying to advocate for him, but it all became too much for her, is from my understanding. But she still loved and cared for him. She wanted to help him, but there was nothing more in the relationship that she could do anymore to really put Travis before the kid's best interest. And I really think that that's who she was putting in the forefront, were her children, and knowing that, look, their father's unstable. It's not working out with us. There is abuse going on, which I know she doesn't want to admit that. And I'm not faulting her for that at all. But I know that that's something that has been kind of minimized, in my opinion. And it shouldn't be, because the more that people come out and say, look, that happened to me too, or I was in that situation too, the less people think it's something that is, an anomaly or something that's very rare. When people stand out and say it and tell their story and share things, then we become more aware that this is something that is a bigger issue than we even thought, right? Because if it's rare, it's like, well, that barely ever happens. We don't really have to worry about it. Once we see the rise in statistics and numbers, then we realize that it's a problem within our society. This is not a problem that is only happening in Washington state. This is an issue that we see time and time again. And it's very disheartening. And as a matter of fact, I was so glad to see this. Let me pull it in. There was a mother who an Amber Alert was issued, Erica Brooks and Antonio Jackson, last seen in Dundalk area. And I'm sorry if this little boy has already been found, and his mother too. But look, they're calling her out for kidnapping her child, right? today in the press conference, I saw a lot of angry fathers who felt like they had been wronged by the family court. I'm here to tell you it's not just fathers that are wronged by the family court. And if you think for 1 minute that you're being wronged is anything like an innocent child, I'm sorry, but go cry to someone else, because I don't want to freaking hear it. Because these are the people who suffer right here. This beautiful child on the screen. Not his mother. She should know better. Last seen in Dundalk area, 2016 black Nissan Rogue. Temporary license plate number, so temp tags T2005657. Sorry, it's kind of low. Call 911 or 410-887-7321. Right? So this mother took her child. Amber Alert issued. Perfect. Let's figure out where the kid is. That's the most important thing, especially if mom's unstable. Same thing goes for a dad. It doesn't matter what genitalia you have, people. I'm on the side of the kids. I don't care. I don't want to hear the sob story, because the kids are the ones that are suffering the most. They're the ones that are innocent. They didn't ask to be brought in the situation. I don't want to hear the parents write shit. I don't. Like I said before, I think it's important for us to remember that the kids are the ones that need to be in the forefront of our compassion and our understanding. It's not the parents. They should be old enough to take care of their own crap. You know, I get that the resources need to be available. I would never argue that. But I'm sorry, when these beautiful little girls have their lives taken, when it could have been prevented, we got to take a look back and say, what the hell is going on here? And how do we help prevent these things? How do we get the resources in? There's more than one issue here, and it's more than just in this area. You know, it's everywhere. Yeah, Megan Els, that was another thing. Sasha, they were divorced, and I believe DV was an issue. I believe it was, absolutely. And I believe that she didn't want to leave him, but there was nothing that she could do anymore. What is she going to do? Sit there and have her arm in a sling for the rest of her life? And I want to tell you guys something too. It really bothered me when I was in the press conference earlier today about this, and I don't know what happened to it. Like I said, I can't get it downloaded. I'll check on it and see what I can do. I really wanted the one mother to be able to tell her story. She's from Pennsylvania, and she came and told her story about her daughter who was taken by her father and unalived, and it was the same kind of situation. You know, and again, Washington, Pennsylvania, total opposites of the country, and never should have happened. She did the same thing. She waited until after the visit had expired, and she realized, you know, I can't get a hold of my ex-husband or my ex-partner, and he's got my child, or he's got our child, excuse me. He has our child, but I don't know what's going on. She calls the police. They wouldn't issue the Amber Alert because they were with the father. Who suffers? The kids, because they're not here anymore. But it really upset me earlier when I see all of this hatred around, oh, well, we don't even know if he did it or not. Well, as a matter of fact, he's wanted for kidnapping and murdering his children. It's a triple homicide. The autopsy came back. The reason was suffocation. The girls were found each with a bag over their head, zip tied. Cause of death, suffocation. The police have seen the crime scene. They went to the crime scene, and apparently there weren't any other fingerprints other than Travis and the girls there. Otherwise, I would think that they would have another suspect in mind. Again, we are all innocent until proven guilty. But I have a real problem with people having their own agenda who want to say that the father should have had rights to take these 3 little girls into an unsafe environment, into an unstable environment, even after the judge was like, hey, you can't be doing that. So, in my opinion, if he wanted to have the rights of a father, maybe he should have acted like a father, provided a safe place for his children. You know, I'm sorry, but this is the conclusion. I did the whole advocacy for better rights for better resources for veterans. I'm all about it. But we're going to shift it with this conversation because a judge shouldn't have to tell you that that's not okay. And then you're going to sit up there and try to plead with him and tell him how it is okay and that he should feel sorry for you. No way. And then you go and do this on top of it, and then people are actually sticking up for you left and right. I actually had a woman, speaking of what Megan said earlier about DV being a factor in this divorce. I had a woman earlier that solution during this domestic violence press conference, where custody was an issue and the child ended up unalived by their own father, said people just need to stay married. And I usually am very, those of you who know me around for chat in the chats and stuff and other channels, I'm usually very careful with my opinions. You know, I have my own platform, so I could say what I want on this channel, right? So when I go into other chats, I'm not very oppositional. I don't try to pick fights with people. I don't try to bash anybody over the head with my opinions because I have I have the show to do that with. But I just told that woman, I said, you know what? I said, if I would have stayed married, I wouldn't be here right now. If I would have stayed married, I would not be here right now. And she said, oh, well, what did you do to contribute to the situation? I said, well, it takes 2 to tango. And she also asked me if I was married in a church. And so I said, yes, I was married in a church. I was married in a Catholic church. And I said, I was also divorced through family court and divorced through the Catholic church. And I said, if you need to, I said, I can get remarried in the Catholic church. My ex-husband cannot. So if that answers any further questions for you, there you go. But please don't try to tell people that they need to stay married when they're in an abusive relationship. Don't shame somebody for getting out of an abusive relationship. You shame people for staying in it, and then you shame them when they get out. So, it's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You know? Whitney had enough sense in her head to take her daughters and make it so they were in a safe environment if their father wasn't safe to be around them. Whitney also took it upon herself to take Travis to court when she realized that her daughters were not staying in a safe environment. Whitney followed the court order that was put in place by family court, but Travis did not. And when Travis did not bring the children back, Whitney called. Would an Amber Alert make a difference in this case? I don't know. Until I find out the time of death for the children, I cannot say whether it would have made a difference or not. I really can't. I can't with, a straight face say that. But here's the deal. What would it have hurt if the Amber Alert went out and we knew about what was going on, or at least the people of Washington knew what was going on? Maybe he would have been captured. Maybe we wouldn't have a guy on the loose that's scaring all the locals, because they were interviewing locals today on the news and people were like, we're scared, we're right here where he's supposed to be. Very rural area. 80% of their roads are not, or 80% of the county is not accessible by the roads, according to Mike Morrison, the sheriff. It's a lot. Megan L says he was homeless for a year, sleeping in his vehicle mostly, when not sleeping in a place with other homeless and taking the girls there. He was. And one of their little fingers got hurt, allegedly, at the armory when they were staying there. And allegedly, excuse me, there were a lot of transients and other vets staying there. I don't know about you, but 3 little girls, I don't think need to be sleeping anywhere near a bunch of transient men, ever, or women, period. Sasha says, because how are they having children one after another, then all of a sudden he gets home and ends up homeless? Something is missing here. What is it? Yeah, Sasha, I think the big factor was domestic violence, and I think that Whitney was doing a really good job of hiding it until she ended up in a sling and the neighbor saw her. I think she was doing a really good job of hiding it until people were overhearing the arguments. I really do. Yeah, children enjoy camping, Little Redo, and you learn a lot from camping. You learn survival, you learn how to rough it, if you will, right? You learn how to take care of yourself, you learn how to find different plants in the woods. I mean, there's all kinds of things you can learn from camping, and it's a great experience. But it's different if you're having to be out there and you don't have a choice. And especially when you have a 9 and an 8-year-old little girl and a 5-year-old. I mean, they're girls. They're not Rambos to be. They're not up and coming little Rambos, They're probably doing a lot of it to please, because that's what children do. They want acceptance. They want love. They want belonging. They want their parents to not be disappointed. I think that's one of the biggest things that could really hurt worse, is saying a parent saying to you, hey, I'm disappointed in you. I'd never like to hear that. None of us do, right? Yeah, but I mean, if it's in bad weather, or look, if they're sleeping in the vehicle, because that's what it's been alleged, that they were also sleeping in the vehicle. It's not like, he had a camper and he was moving the same camper from like different campsites. That to me would be more stable, because at least they would have their little things that they had at dad's, and they had their little spot where they sleep, and you might be able to get away with that for a while, but again, it's just not stable. Yeah, he wasn't always staying at campgrounds with the girls, no. And they did stay at hotels from time to time, but again, it's just not good enough. He was homeless for about a year and a half, to my knowledge, Sasha. Yeah, a year. Yeah, I mean, Barb, I'm not saying that they didn't like it. I'm saying I can just see the scenario where it's like, oh God, we have to go back to dad's house, and oh man, we're gonna have to, like, go out into the woods, and there's no stability, and I want to have my phone, especially girls, get into the technology early and things like that. There could be many, many reasons why they didn't want to do it anymore. There could be, maybe one of them liked it, maybe 2 of them, maybe all 3 of them did like it. I'm just saying it's different when it's a fun vacation rather than a necessity, and you have no choice, Well, there's a difference in that too. Loretto says, I guess I should restate that was glamping, not camping in a tent, right? I agree. And it's different. It is. It is. Yeah, you have an RV, right. But even camping in a tent can be really fun for a weekend. Oh, absolutely. It's a good experience for the kids. And Travis could have taken that as an opportunity to teach his daughters about the things that he liked and the things that he learned, and it could have been a wonderful bonding experience, no doubt about it. But it's also really rough and rugged out there, and if one of the girls wasn't feeling good or something like that, that could make the trip miserable for all of the kids. Let's just be honest. If one of them's not doing great, it could really make things rough, right? If there was a fracture in the relationship between the girls and their father, which I know that there was, allegedly, from what I've heard, then yes, I can see things going really, really bad, really, really quickly, especially when we have maybe delusions, some mental health going on, and when you think everybody's kind of against you and you're in that paranoid state, really bad things could happen, especially, with other things. Yeah, right. And he could have been, and then that's when he could have been planning to take the girls, just in my opinion, Sasha, I could see that happening. Sasha says, why don't you house yeah, why don't you have a house yet, Dad? Yeah, when are you getting a house? I want to go home. I don't want to camp. Can we go to a hotel? I don't want to go to a hotel. You're a bum. Boom. Trigger point. This is my thought process, Sasha. And you have 3 little girls against one dad, and I know that it wasn't like a snap. We know that because he was searching other things on his phone that indicated that he had been planning this, right? So, and there was also in the paperwork that was filed premeditated. The police definitely put that in there. Um, yeah, and that's, you're right too. Scarlet Begonia says true, but they didn't have overnights with Travis as of recently, per the courts. And that video that we watched was from September of 24, I believe. I put the date on the other video. That's true, Sammy, with the pull-ups. I did consider that, but I still think it's like far. Well, I just don't think that Peyton was in pull-ups. She could have been, though. That's true. Maybe pull-ups, Sammy says, but my nonverbal daughter, who was in pull-ups at 3, knew something was off when we had to sit in the car at the gas station for 2 hours because the tornado was passing through at night in the dark. Yeah, it's scary, right? When they're babies, they don't realize the environment can be scary. But as they get older, and then like Sasha was saying, Daddy, how come you don't have a house yet? Mama said you're going to get a house, but you don't have it yet. And he could be thinking in his head, oh my gosh, and the pressure could be rising and rising, and this could be triggering, right? I think that could really happen. Reminds me of Harmony. Absolutely, Sammy. It does me too. It's a stressful situation. And then what if the girls were at the point where it was like they didn't really want to go outside and use the bathroom, or maybe they heard on the internet, ew, that's gross if you do that. And then the girls were like, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? And you never know. Or maybe they were telling their girlfriend, maybe, and this is all hypothetical and, hypotheses and everything, but maybe Peyton was telling a girlfriend, hey, I'm going to my daddy's this weekend and we're going camping. And her girlfriend said, ew, that's gross. Why would you want to do that? And then Peyton's like, oh shit, I didn't know that was gross. And you know what I mean? When you're a little girl, you just don't know what she's being told or what they've said, Yeah, I agree. Sasha says, I agree, Lady Freedom. This could have been impulsive, but why the first unsupervised visit? That's what bothers me about this. Yeah, Sasha, and I think it was pre-planned. Absolutely. I don't think it was a snap, but I'm wondering if, maybe everything that transpired before this and the girls calling their mom when their finger got hurt in the gym equipment and everything leading up to this, he could have been trying to gain access back, which is so scary when we listen back to the him pleading to the judge, because he was obviously, in my opinion, gaining access to the girls ultimately to do this to them on the first unsupervised visit, the first chance he had. It's absolutely horrific. And only from a place of evil, in my opinion. Barb says, I haven't heard anything about receipts, but did hear his phone and wallet was left behind. Yeah, Barb, I have all of it in a video, and we went over it in a live, all of the documents from the police, right? The indictment, if you will. Yeah, definitely the police Travis is guilty of and being charged with kidnapping, homicide. Autopsy report reveals homicide by suffocation. The crime scene indicated that he left his wallet, his phone, the dog was there, the campsite, the cooler, his truck. Excuse me, the tent, not the campsite. The campsite, of course, is going to be there. But the tent, right? And then, you know, he left behind everything, searching for moving to Canada. You know, absolutely. And people would say probably, you know, hey, Lady Freedom, well, what about if you go camping, you need zip ties? If you go camping, you might have plastic bags around for trash and, you know, using the bathroom and stuff like that, right? Getting rid of stuff, garbage, right? But no, no, not in this case, in my opinion. Thanks, Scarlet Begonias. Scarlet Begonias says, the Washington National Guard confirmed that Decker was a member and transferred from active duty into the National Guard in 2021. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Because I know there was some speculation on that as well, and I debunked that in a video. Scarlet Begonia says court documents reveal that Travis Decker and Whitney Decker filed for divorce in 2022, with the divorce finalized in 23. Right, and that's when he's talking about how he went back for a year. And again, I found a lot of inconsistencies with what Travis said. Right, but I'm going to show you guys this really quick. Thanks, Scarlet Begonias, for dropping some truth bombs over here. I'm going to show you guys this again. I don't know why it didn't load in, but let me go ahead and get this loaded in for us. And I'm going to play this back to you guys again with Travis Decker and what he's saying while I kind of look through the chat and get caught up. And I put the date on here so we can check this date. It's really small in the corner, the top left-hand corner. So just so you guys know, but I made it bigger and, you know, added my own text box in there. So you'll see that. And, you know, it'll give us a better indication on a timeline. Because if according to court documents, the divorce was initiated in 22, he most likely went for a year, like he said, because he said his contract ended in December of 23, and we'll hear him say that. But let's watch.
When I was separated from my original active duty, I came out into the civilian world and tried to figure out a way that I could live as a civilian. I didn't have family, I didn't have friends, I didn't have any support, especially coming to a state where I didn't have anybody to lean on or a couch to go sleep on. So when we initially went through our divorce, I went and put the uniform back on full time so I could support myself and support the family through the first big transition of Dad not being at home anymore. Once I fulfilled my year obligation, I talked with my chain of command and stepped down from full active duty and transitioned into, my contract ended in December of 2023. Starting over is hard, and I'm starting at the bottom, and I've got a long way to go, but I don't think that it should restrict the time that I get to be around my daughters.
We're not trying to take these children away from Mr. Decker. We respect and appreciate the fact that he loves his kids. That's obvious by the fact that he's attending their events. It's just important that they have this consistency in their lives.
Since I have been gone, every time I've had the girls, we have been in campsites in national forests and paid campsites that have campers. We've never done anything that was unsafe or anything I wouldn't want to put myself in. I understand that my current position when I'm by myself isn't ideal, but my daughters aren't a part of that. I only get to see them over the weekends, and camping is something that the four of us have done since the three of them were in diapers. I've never done anything I feel like that puts them in any sort of a risk that most families in the state of Washington, every campsite we've been to in the last month have been almost completely booked out or sold out because everybody's out this time of year. When I stepped away from the National Guard, I was making $86,000 a year, and now I make, I think it's like $38,000 a year. When you start over from zero and you don't have help in a hand to get you through it, makes it a little more difficult.
Okay, guys. So, I mean, I understand what he's saying, but I don't think starting from zero is 38,000. If you didn't have a job at all, that's zero. I understand it's a big jump though from 86,000 to 38. Megan L says DBT therapy is the first line and most helpful for people with BPD. He did decline the DV anger management and the parenting plan as well. Thanks, Meg. I appreciate us noting that because that's a big one, right? Hey, little Miss Sharon, glad you had a nice ride, or I hope you did. Hey, Ann Reynolds, thank you for being here, hon. I'm glad you're feeling better. Oh, thanks, Loretto, for letting us know this. Hey, guys, the story about human remains in Tennessee belongs to missing woman. Don't be fooled by the clickbait. Yeah, I did look at that earlier. I did a little bit. You know what I mean? I did. I can't lie, I did. But I wasn't going to bring it in just until we confirmed it. So. Oh, gosh, Sammy, is it ever? BPD is the I hate you, don't leave me disorder. A key feature is fear of abandonment for many. That is so important, Sammy. I'm so glad that you brought that up. And I'm so surprised that that wasn't in any of the literature that I was reading. But I'm wondering if it was because I was searching specifically talking about the combat vet side of things. And that really very well could be. But you're right. That is in a lot of the just regular literature about BPD is that I hate you, don't leave me. Fear of abandonment, the codependency issues, but it can really go from like 0 to 60 very quick, right? So it's dangerous. It's not love, right? It's mental illness, and so until that person can really identify and work on the things that they're going through and heal themselves, I don't see it helping. And I'll be quite honest, even with medication. Sasha says, wow, I agree. The girls may have said something that pulled his trigger because it was unsupervised, or did he plan it? Doesn't seem planned at all to me. Seems by the seat of his pants. Well, and it could have been, but it's, if it wasn't for the Google searches, I could say that that could be a strong possibility. But oh gosh, Megan, it is too, absolutely, among many other things that are truly just scary and sad at the same time. Yeah, because the fear of abandonment comes from the trauma that that individual experienced, and so it is sad. But in the same way, it's a total mind fuck for, sorry, it's a total mind f for anyone who is in a relationship with that, right? Because it's like, I hate you, get away from me. Wait, no, go. It's toxic as hell. It's toxic as hell, out of impulse anger. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that at first too, but it's hard to believe if he was planning all of this other stuff out. And then also, we don't know what the police know when it comes to, where he purchased these zip ties, when, if it was a recent purchase, what time this could have happened, if it was something that he got them from their mom and he did it right away and then he got the hell out of Dodge because he knew that Whitney was going to be calling if he didn't answer, but he knew he wasn't going to be answering because he left his phone. A lot going on, a lot to plan out for this to have worked out the way that it did in his favor, in my opinion. Although he couldn't have foreseen that there wasn't going to be an Amber Alert issued or anything like that. He couldn't have foreseen that. So, with any type of certainty. Adam Trevor 21 says, totally agree, lady. No kid should be exposed to homelessness like that, period. Right. And I'm not shaming parents, Adam Forever 21, thank you. I'm not shaming parents that get it are in a situation like that. Look, times are hard, things happen, life happens, situations happen, trauma plays a huge role in it. But we can't sympathize and over sympathize really with someone who's an adult versus someone who's a child. They're the ones that need to be looked after. They're the ones that need to be tended to. And as an adult, if you're experiencing issues, which I will tell you, the first person, I have experienced those issues. I've told you guys about the PTSD. And it's difficult, but when you realize that if you don't put your mask on and get your oxygen, you cannot save your child. So the minute that you realize that and you can take a step back and say, look, I need to fix myself and be 100% for my kids and have a good environment for them and do all of these things, right? Get a good job. It's okay. So you're making 38,000. Don't get so hard on yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. Go try to find something different. Take some classes. Use your GI Bill. Whatever you need to be doing to get on track. But if you're just going to sit there, a woe is me, and everybody's going to feel sorry for you and give you everything, that's not helpful. That's not helpful. I would rather somebody tell me, you know what, Lady Freedom, get back up on your horse and ride, than to sit there and say, oh, Lady Freedom, it's okay if you just lay around all day and don't, feel sorry for yourself. It's okay. Do it. That's fine. Do that. That's what you should be doing. No, that's coddling. That's enabling. That's not helping. And anybody that's doing that is not helping you. They're hurting you. It's not a, and even though the intentions behind it might be whatever they are, it's still not helpful, right? It's just not. It's better for somebody to say, hey, you can do this. You got this. Look, you have skills. Look what you've accomplished. I would so rather somebody say that to me than be like, oh, it's okay. Go ahead. I'm going to sit with you right here in this misery, and we're going to feel sorry for you. Let's have that pity party. Let's, pour me another shot of whiskey. No, that doesn't help anything. And honestly, it's not a true friend that's not going to say, hey, snap out of it. We need you to get dressed. We need you to take a shower. We need you to, cut your hair. If you're going to go for a job, don't be having that ponytail and all this. Look, he was taught these things in the military. Absolutely taught these things. He grew up with a Green Beret as a father. So he knows what it takes. Maybe they just wanted to be in their home, Meg. Maybe they did. Very true. And I can't fault them for that. They're little. They don't understand. 9 is still really little, Yeah, or just eating toasted hot dogs all the time. Maybe they were getting sick of camping food. Maybe they were just getting sick of camping, And I think a lot of what happened at the armory and them getting hurt and then Travis having to go to court and stuff, it might have gotten him to the point where it's like, you know what? I'm going to show Whitney. Whitney thinks she's going to take my kids from me. Wow, he was very coherent, not even in a fit of anger. Wow. Yeah, it's scary. It's very scary. Yeah, I don't know if they have the receipts or not, Town Chat. I'll have to go back and look. I'll have to go back and look. Oh, don't be sorry, Anne. I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you're feeling better, girl. Well, Miss Sharon says, couch, ? What about a place to rent? He had no intention of being normal and creating a safe place for his daughters. Well, Miss Sharon, that's one thing that really gets my goat too. And maybe it's because I'm a little bit old fashioned, right? But I think to myself, what man is okay with just couch surfing at that age? Especially being out of the military. It was like he just had this very negative mindset of woe is me, and somebody didn't have a couch for me, and oh poor me. It's like, come on, if somebody didn't have a couch for you, that you're a grown man, you need to find a couch. He wasn't in a position where he had 3 kids that he had to take care of. Whitney was, and I don't feel sorry for him. I'm sorry. I don't not for that. I don't, and I won't. He's done this since they were in diapers. What? Yeah, I think that was BS. I don't think Travis really believed what he was saying. He even said, I've never put them in an unsafe environment before, and there's a lot of nothing that any other family in Washington. Then he stops himself because he knows he's bullshitting, and then he goes on to say there's all these campgrounds that weren't available because people were taking their kids camping. And it's like, yeah, they're going camping with their kids on a vacation, bro. They're not staying the whole time. They're not living out there, They're not living out there. Yes, I'm glad. I'm glad about the foot. Yeah, I agree. Or a little tiny, a place, but I know 38,000 doesn't stretch as far as you would like it to. 38,000 is probably very tough on one salary if you had a small house and utilities to pay. But if you're not paying many bills because you live in a tent, but I think the cost of living in Washington is high. Yeah, and I mean that really should be considered. But I bet you he could have gotten a job really anywhere. And that's where I understand that it wouldn't have been great on his ego. I understand that it wouldn't have been. I mean, look, let's just be honest. Would I want to go get a job at McDonald's? Hell no. Not at my age, not with my experience level. I understand where he's coming from on that. I really do. But when it's like you need to make money or you're not going to see your kids, you go and you make that money, right? You just shake that money maker, baby. Get out there, wait tables, do what you got to do. You can make money waiting tables. Easy. I mean, maybe not easy. I mean, yeah, it's tough work. You got to work. But you're making cash that night. Go bartend. You make cash that night. Do something. Get off your patoot. Quit feeling sorry for yourself. Buck up, buttercup. Get up on the horse and ride. I don't know all these other euphemisms or other analogies I could spring up, but, or sayings or whatever. But, he's a grown, look at him. I mean, he's a grown, fit man. He's grown and fit. You tell me he can't find a job? I don't think so. He's got skills. He's got more skills than some people. I've known single mothers who were married for 20 years, still have little kids, a bunch of them, no job experience, go back to college, all of that. I've seen men do it too. It's not just women. I just advocate for women more because I'm a woman. But come on. If you're not going to see your kids and you got to get money to see them, do what you got to do. Don't feel sorry for yourself. You're grown. That's the problem. We can't coddle people like this either. Oh, they didn't show who the foot was, Scarlet Begonia says. I know they were just bringing it up. What was it, today? Was it today or was it yesterday? I saw it today. But, well, and that could be too, Sasha. And sometimes maybe we reevaluate that as well. I mean, the other person has to live too. Sasha says maybe he's just making the statement, look, I'm not paying child support anymore. Woohoo. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that could be a factor. Maybe he was having to pay a lot and he couldn't even afford to take care of himself. We need to look at that. I think in this day and age, 2025, again, women can go get those jobs. Women can go do these things. So it's not like we're back in the 50s. Uh, I mean, I get it. You get used to a certain kind of lifestyle, but if that's not happening anymore, then you have to make a change. You can't just drown. You have to sink or swim. And I know that that sounds probably harsh, and a lot of people aren't going to want to hear that. But again, I care about the best interests of these kids, not the best interest of Travis Decker, not the best interest of Whitney Decker, even though I don't want to, I would never want to see her being hurt by Travis, or, I would want her to get help and get away from the situation, because I do believe there was domestic violence, and I do believe that is the biggest factor on why she left him to begin with. But still, it's about Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia. And in my opinion, Whitney did everything right, in my opinion. She complied with the courts. She did the right thing. She went by the right avenues. She was even trying to help Travis, but it wasn't good enough, because Travis didn't want to help himself, because Travis was feeling bad for himself, because Travis didn't want to go get himself a damn job or a second job. I'm here to tell you, I've worked 3 jobs at once. So when I got divorced. So, and like I said, waitressing, bartending, whatever it was, put myself through real estate school. When I was getting divorced, I was going to school to be a special ed teacher, and I had to drop out of college because I had to take care of my daughter, because we were getting divorced. And that happens all the time. All of a sudden, bam, your life changes. All of a sudden, one thing changes, and it's a domino effect, and you have to regroup, and you have to reinvent yourself, and you have to do things that you didn't really want to do. But if you have kids, you have to. You have no choice. Otherwise, situations like this happen. Yeah, and you sent it to me. Yes, you did. Lady Freedom, I saw that about the body found in Tennessee on Facebook, on the Tennessee missing, and I think I sent it to you. You sure did. I saw it. So thank you. Yeah, I saw it. Like I said, I'm working on something really great for tomorrow night. I think you guys are going to love it. Tomorrow is, well, today we're already into, oh, I'm sorry. Today is the 14th. I wanted to double check that. So tonight, I have something special planned for the show. And then Summer Wells is her anniversary of her being missing is June 15th. So we're going to be doing a special show on that. I'm working behind the scenes on getting that all together for you guys too. Because I found some really disturbing information that I wanted to share with all of you. I'm sure a lot of you have seen or heard, but I want to break it down for you all and with you all. See what you all think about it. Don Wells just did another interview. We're going to pull that in. But we have a lot of things that we're going to be talking about here in the next couple of days. I'm still going to stick with Travis's case, with him being a fugitive. He's still wanted. I'm still going to be posting about him. Also, Sebastian Rogers' case. Tomorrow night, we're going to be doing some things with his case as well. So just a lot going on. And I'm really excited to bring a lot of this to you that I've been working on, as well as what we're going to do for Summer's anniversary. So it's going to be a big weekend. I did take an odd day off this week, so I'll be on Sunday night. And I think it'll be a great time to share tribute for Summer and talk about her and the case and why there is so much social media speculation, and it comes straight from the mouth of Don Wells and Candace, in my opinion. So we're going to go over that. We're going to be doing it. And Yeah, Sasha, and I know it's kind of, horrible, and I don't mean to just like unleash on Travis today. I know I've been very compassionate in his situation, but when I heard this last night, I was completely blown away, and I'm like, there's no way. You know what? Now my whole view changes on this. So you've got access to your daughters, pretending to be a good, caring father and only wanting your rights as a father. And this should not change because you're going through a hard time and it shouldn't restrict any time. And then the first chance you get with them, you take their lives. Oh, hell no. No, 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 no. So this changed everything. And then the press conference. And like I said, when I'm watching the chat and I'm seeing these people, it reminded me of why I started my YouTube channel. Did it piss me off? Yes, it did. Did it motivate me? Oh, you betcha. And I am not going to stop. And this is why this case is so important. There's nothing that we can do. Good night, Kathy. Thank you so much for being here. There's nothing that we can do to bring the girls back, but what we can do is make sure that things are prevented in the future and so that they didn't lose their lives in vain. And these issues need to be talked about. We cannot sweep this under the rug. We cannot keep making excuses up. I don't care if it's the Dalai Lama who does it. I don't care if they served a bajillion years in the armed forces. I am grateful for people who have done that, the service, the sacrifice, so that we can have the things that we love. Absolutely. But the minute that you take the lives of 3 young children, I don't care if they're yours or not, it negates everything you've ever done. I don't care if you were Mother frickin' Teresa. You kill 3 kids, you're a shitbag in my opinion. A total shitbag. Sorry. When your daughters have to be scared in the woods, probably, possibly, that bothers me. When you beg for access to them and the first thing you do is kill them, that bothers me. And I hope it bothers you guys. And I don't want to have to get you worked up. But, he's 32, Sasha. Travis Decker's 32. Still young guy, still fit, right? I mean, more able-bodied than most. So he could definitely have done this. He just chose not to. But he sure had enough energy to go out and get his daughters and go to this court date and convince the judge and get access to the girls and then take them off and do what he did. So I'm supposed to feel sorry for him now? I can't. Not after I saw that. There's no way. So again, Travis, if you're watching, we're out there. We're coming for you. So there's a lot of people that know what you look like, and we're not going to forget all the different ways that you look and all the different tattoos that you have. They're all identifiable features. So he's mentally fit to hide from Ellie. Little Miss Sharon, bingo. He's just fine to do that. He's just fine to premeditate this whole damn thing, but goodness sakes. Hey, here for the truth. Good to see you. Aw. Yeah, I hate to say it, here for the truth says just woke up, saw you were on, and amen. I'm feeling the same way as you. Thanks, here for the truth, and and that's just it's after seeing that I was like, there's no way that I can really genuinely have the level of like mercy and compassion that I had to begin with. I just can't do that. I can't, because it's one thing to ask for help. It's another thing to be willing to do what it takes in order for that help to work. And that's just how it is. And a lot of us that have the trauma there, and there's no doubt that Travis's situations and mental illnesses, the trauma is a contributing factor in my opinion, in the combat and everything like that. But that doesn't give you an excuse to hurt other people. It doesn't give you an excuse that even though you knew that you had these diagnoses, you did nothing to try to help yourself. I'm not saying that anybody should go to the internet for these things, particularly, but if you know that you have that, you could at least research and figure out maybe some things that you can do at home that could help you cope with the situations that you're dealing with. So I suppose he was in combat, Sasha. To my knowledge, he was. Um, yeah, to my knowledge, he was. So, well, mm, Sasha says so. He wasn't violent when they were having the children, just after he went into the military. I don't know about that now. And the reason I say that, and I'm not trying, again, I hope that nobody thinks that I'm attacking Whitney, because I think that Whitney is strong, brave. I think she did everything right. I think she did everything she could. I commend her for the love that she has for her children, for her ex-husband, for people in general. She seems like a good-hearted person. But I don't know that I believe her about when the abuse started, and sometimes it's very difficult for a person who has, and for the lack of a better way to say it, battered women syndrome. And I say I have that. That's why I have the PTSD. So, but it's very difficult to remember and pinpoint when exactly it happened, because a lot of times the way that it goes is being possessive, being controlling. She did mention that. Then it escalates to the arguing, and when they can't control you, then they start to exert that control, and that's when they start breaking your things. That's when they start hiding your keys and not letting you leave. Again, with the BPD, I hate you. Please don't leave me. Uh, the narcissism, whole other element on top of all of this, which it's been alleged that Travis does have traits of narcissism that have been witnessed by his comrades, his platoon mate, who came out and spoke to Fox. So we know that. He knows that. Whitney knows that. I think it's very difficult. Well, I'm just going to say this. I know it's very difficult when you think you know someone and you love them and you don't want to believe the horrible things that they're doing to you, because it's just too painful. And you want to help them and you just want the abuse to stop, but you also recognize that maybe you're at a stopping point and there's nothing that you can do anymore, and you've done everything that you can do. And I believe that Whitney was there, but maybe it's hard for her to pinpoint exactly what happened. When was the first time he knocked you a good one? I mean, it's difficult to actually go back in your brain and retrieve that because of the trauma. Make no mistake, I believe that Whitney has tremendous trauma. If she didn't already, she does now. And it's absolutely terrible. It breaks my heart for her. Like I said, and she's a good-hearted person, in my opinion, to love him that much, even though she knew, hey, I can't love you and be with you, but I will love you and do what's right by you because you're the father of my children, and I loved you so much at one point, and maybe she still did. But again, you start to recognize in your brain at some point that, look, if I stay here, I might not make it out alive. You start to recognize, if my kids are seeing this, they're going to meet someone like this. You start realizing that if he's willing to hurt me, he might start hurting the girls when they get old enough, right? Because they're getting older. They're getting mouthier. They're getting more teenagery, right? By the minute, by the hour. Even younger still these days, right? But those things start playing out in your mind. And what if he loses it on one of the girls and hurts them? If he's capable of going from 0 to angry so quickly with me, who's to say he's not going to do that to Peyton, who's older? Maybe he wouldn't do it to the youngest one, but maybe he would do it to the older one. You just never know. His behavior was unpredictable, living situation unstable. It's just all a recipe for disaster. But the signs were all there, and it could have been prevented, and it wasn't. And I think until we really focus on, again, not Travis's rights, not Whitney's rights, not which parent was better, and start examining these cases on a case-by-case basis and saying, look, this is the criteria. All states have it for the best interests of the children. If either parent situation does not fit within these parameters, then we need resources and we need help. I'm not saying yank these kids away and put them, scare them and take them away from their parents and don't ever let them see their dad or don't ever let them see their mom. But we have to recognize these things before they happen. Otherwise, it's just like we just wasted 3 lives. Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia. Because they didn't get to grow up. Because they didn't get to be who they were going to be. And God only knows what they would have been to contribute to this world. So, I mean, Sasha, this is spot on. Bags and zip ties, that's like a war crime. It's hated, really. Torture maybe seems really slow, kind of a bag. Think about how long it would take. Oh, God, I can't even say it almost. Think about how long it would take if somebody put a bag over your head and you couldn't breathe, right? But you can't pop it open because your hands are zip tied. Think about the horror that went through their little brains when this was happening to them. And hey, look, we don't even know if it happened to all 3 of them at the same time. We don't know if he had them sitting there zip tied and then he went boom, boom, boom over their heads, all 3 of them. We don't know what happened to them. We don't know. We might not ever know what happened to them. You think he's gonna just come out and come clean and tell what he did to them? No. He's gonna, if he gets caught, he's not gonna sit there and say it. He'll never say it. He just won't. So we can't hold our breath for that one or ever think that we're going to get a straight answer. The best case scenario was that he showed those girls mercy and he gave them something. And he gave them something so that way they didn't know what hit them. And that's the best case scenario. But we can see that Travis wasn't thinking about anybody but Travis. Sammy says, it's my recollection that intensity of BPD decreases with age. Maybe is the most intense in the early 20s for many. So if he still had intense features, makes sense that he'd have a concurring like PTSD or NPD. Yeah, I believe that, Sammy. I think, the 3 fit really well here. And I'm not a professional, I'm not a doctor, but just based on the criteria that's listed in the DSM-5 manual, and that's the manual that is a diagnostic manual that is used to diagnose these things like borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, and PTSD. I think Travis probably fit within all 3 of those. Absolutely, especially with what we've seen him do. Little Miss Sharon says he treated his daughters like war criminals. Unacceptable. Yeah, we can't just overlook that. And we can't be like, well, he has father's rights. And, well, he served. And, well, I mean, where does it end if we're going to do it like that? We can't. We have to examine it. And we have to call it for what it is. Otherwise, there's no prevention. Otherwise, we're just feeling sorry for the next guy that comes along and says, oh, well, I took a pay cut and then nobody gave me a couch and, oh, gee whiz, I don't know. What about what went through your kids' heads while you were doing that to them? Sasha says, it seems like vendetta against the mother, as if to say, you're a gold digger and I'm taking away your means, away. Very cold. This is my speculation. I know it's hard, but what's happening. I understand that, Sasha. And that was, like I said, when I watched him do this little song and dance with the judge, I was absolutely blown away. Because as you stated too, and we talked about first visit, and quite possibly, the first day. We don't know that yet. As soon as we know, I'll be posting about it, because that is the key to me. And the fact that it hasn't been released yet, and the fact that the local police wanted to issue an Amber Alert, but the state police said, hold on, wait a minute, they're with their dad. Let's see what happens. Oh, I'm starting to think that maybe there's a little bit more to this, and that he did not do this on Friday, that they may have stayed Friday night and something happened during the night. I don't know. But the fact that they've released that this is a homicide, ruled a homicide, the fact that they have released the way that the girls passed, which was suffocation. Why haven't they given a time of death yet? How come they haven't let us know what they estimate was when he did this? Because this is what's important here, especially if I'm going to go after law enforcement for not issuing an Amber Alert right away. Which, by the way, I think they should have. I mean, but in the same way, I have to make sure that I'm following the facts and pointing out where, again, it could have been prevented. Megan L says, but the girl's mother had her own clothing business. She made clothing. Oh, I didn't know that, Meg. Yeah. So, so she had an income, and in that regard, I don't know why the family courts would hammer away at the child support. And I mean, I understand that that's not the way it works. I get it. But I mean, if Whitney's taking care of herself and the girls are good and Travis is having trouble financially, let the guy come out of the hole. Don't dig somebody deeper. And again, I'm not I'm not sticking up for Travis. You guys know what I think about him. I think he's a monster. And I just don't know how he could ever do this. I really don't. Sasha says another thing, if he had plans to disappear and felt they would suffer, he may have felt, well, I'll stop them from suffering without my child support and I will get my revenge and now I'm free. And I mean, that really could speak to his mindset, Sasha, and, that's part of it. That could be part of it. He could have felt backed into a corner, which in the way that he made it sound in the court, he was. And that desperation should have really been looked at. And, the judge should have just said to him, look, Travis, I don't want to keep your children from you, but I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to have the supervised visitations, right? I guess it was only for 3 hours, Meg. Initially, I heard, Meg says, wasn't it his visitation only for 3 hours? I heard different accounts of that, but initially I heard that it was like for the whole entire day, like very early in the morning until, 8 o'clock at night. But then I started hearing differing reports on that. And if it was only for 3 hours, why would he take them all the way into the national park anyway? It's not like you're going over to Dad's house, which I guess technically you would be, but the judge already said that's unstable. You can't be doing that. So right there, wouldn't that be him violating the parenting plan? What the judge put forth. The judge says this is not stable, regardless if you're staying in a tent, an RV, Airbnb, hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, right? He listed everything. every single possibility of a place that they could have been, staying. And I'm surprised in his case they didn't say the Armory, because it's been alleged that that's where he was living as well, and Whitney didn't appreciate it. And I don't blame her, because there's transients, there's weirdos, men, women, whatever. Yeah, until he remembered the police and dipped from the truck. He sure did, and he left everything behind, so he couldn't be tracked. We know this guy's got caches everywhere. There's just a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of possibilities that he could have really, quite honestly, fooled us all with the searching for Canada. He could have made us think he was going in one direction and he wasn't, via the police. Obviously, we're getting our information there. Yeah, well, overwhelmed with the opportunity, revenge, I believe, and he's already violent, apparently. I believe that too, Sasha. So did they let him zip tie them? I'm assuming they did, I guess. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know. And what could have been going through these poor little girls' minds? Like what are you doing? It's so reminiscent of Chris Watts and Little Bella and Cece. Are you going to do that to me, Daddy? Are you going to do that to me? I mean, what a fucking animal. Only an animal does that. And animals do it out of mercy because their young is hurt, and they want to put them out of their misery, like you said, Sasha. And the level of trust. They trusted their dad. And that's the thing. That was very well documented in the police reports and paperwork that we went over. Travis Decker was in a position of trust with his daughters, and he violated that trust with his daughters. Yeah. Little Miss Sharon, he cries poor me, but is on the run like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, exactly. And I just can't feel sorry for him, especially when his little daughters are just like looking at him, Daddy, why are you doing this? You're not going to do that to me, are you? Heaven only knows what these babies went through and what went through their brain and what, and he's still at large, he's well enough to get on with himself, right? And get himself taken care of and in a place where they can't locate him, in my opinion. I hope they catch him too. Oh, Ann Reynolds says, I heard that he broke into a store up there somewhere. Huh, that's interesting. I didn't hear about that. I've been kind of in between cases, though. Like I told you guys, I've been kind of catching information here, catching information there that I wanted to show. Of course, the side where, again, this has happened before, and there's other people that are coming out to advocate and help Whitney. And I really just wanted to shine a spotlight on that. So I'm going to try to get that put together for us for tomorrow, too, along with some things with Sebastian. But my heart goes out to Whitney. My prayers and love go to her. Like I said, I think that she did everything she could have done, should have done. And yeah, Travis Decker needs to be found, and his daughters need justice. And hopefully we see that come to fruition. So excuse me. Meg says we invite our community. Thank you, Meg. I meant to grab this too earlier and I completely forgot, but they are doing a prayer vigil and asking to bring your own candle. We invite you to our community to gather in love and remembrance at a public memorial honoring Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia Decker, Friday, June 20th at 7 p.m., Rocky Reach Park, 5000 State Highway 97, Wenatchee, Wisconsin. Wenatchee, Washington. Thank you, Meg. I really appreciate you doing that because it's important for anybody that can go and show support. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says he's trained to survive a month. It makes you wonder how long this is going to take before he's caught. Yeah, absolutely. And who's to say if they're even on the right trail? I know they have the dogs, which makes me feel more confident that they're sniffing him out and they're hot on his trail, other than someone else's who's out there hitchhiking or, transient. As we talked about before, these national parks are really dangerous places and really harbor a lot of fugitives that are kind of on the run, or they're doing nefarious things, hurting people in places where they think nobody's ever going to find them. It's a scary thought, but it happens. I know, Sasha, I agree. Man, these parents are insane. My God, how could someone do this? Jesus. It's unthinkable. It's unthinkable. We love Meg. Thanks, Little Miss Sharon. You're a gem too. Okay, it was on one of the briefings that you heard, Anne. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. Like I said, I didn't get a chance to go over all of them, but I did watch several videos and, just a lot of information out there, a lot of people in the public speaking out. No, excuse me. Sasha says, I just cannot wrap my head around this, even though I've seen 1,000 cases. God, man, what a piece of garbage. I know, Sasha. And to think that he obtained access just in order for this. It's enough to drive somebody bananas thinking about it. It's absolutely bonkers. And regular people can't fathom this. Megan L says, we ask that you wear purple, pink, and green for the Decker girls. Please bring a chair or blanket to sit on, a candle, and a glow stick. Yeah, and that's another thing, the tricolored hearts. So thanks, Meg. I'm so glad you wrote this. So pink, purple, and green are for Olivia, Peyton, and Evelyn. And they did the tricolored hearts. They kind of weave the colors in, and people were wearing them at the other memorial and vigil that they had for the girls. So purple, pink, and green. And in the beginning, I was just putting 3 pink hearts, because the girls. But yeah, that's their little tricolor trio there for them. Tina girl, I wish the Bigfoot would eat him. No, just kidding. Tina, thank you for making me laugh. Megan L says Whitney Decker has a GoFundMe account with all of the information on it. Yeah, guys, if you feel so inclined, please go and donate a couple bucks to Whitney. I'll tell you, her GoFundMe is like astronomically high, but in the same way, I think that Whitney would be a good steward of the money, and I really honestly do. I don't know her, but I'm just going to say that I think that it's going to go towards advocacy and awareness, and I think that it's going to go a long way. I really do. And it's a worthy cause in my opinion. Yes, exactly. We need them to catch this biznatch. And Megan L says 1.2 million raised, and the goal is 1.3. Oh wow, 2.6K in donations. Wow, that's amazing, and that's a huge showing of support. Or a brown bear. Yeah, lunch for a brown bear. Sure, why not? It's better than what more mercy that he showed his daughters, in my opinion. At least that'd be quick and, well, maybe not painless, but it'd be quicker than what they had to endure. Little Miss Sharon says, here in Australia, we had a dad with his little girl, or his little daughter. Oh, Dad, oh, he threw her, threw her off a bridge in Melbourne, and a dad drove his 3 children into a dam, claiming he was sneezing. Sorry, trigger warning. They are just in prison. Oh my goodness. So he said he sneezed and he like drove his car out. Oh my lord. Thank you for sharing that, little Miss Sharon. I didn't hear about that. Well, and that's another thing. I mean, Whitney's life is in danger, in my opinion. You know, I hope she's safe. I really do, and I heard that she has a lot of love and support. So I'm so glad. Adam Forever 21 says that mom needs all the money. She'll never be. That mom needs all that money. She'll never be able to be the same. Work and all. Trust me, Angel Mom. Too hard to live day by day at work. Aw, Adam Forever 21, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for letting us know what that is, you know, what that's like, and how it affects somebody. And I agree. I'm here to tell you, I don't know that I could function. I really don't. I find so much bravery and strength in Angel Mom. So thank you. Um, yeah. This guy might try to get the mom before he goes down. Valid, Sasha. Valid. Megan L says she's going to use every penny of that to make this an Amber Alert and most likely to get vets the help they desperately need. There's no doubt in my mind about that, Megan Els. I really believe that. And yeah, no doubt. And I think that she's deserving of it. And, you know, like Adam Forever 21 says, no amount of money is ever going to bring the girls back, but I know she's going to do good with it, and that'll make her feel like it didn't happen for nothing, you know. Um, well, and you never know, Sasha. He may just lay in wait and last hurrah. You know, we don't know. It's scary. Nothing replaces your children, but the bills don't stop coming. That's right, little Miss Sharon. That's right. You know, nothing could be worse than that, you know? That's one thing where I could probably say, hey, look, there is no getting back on the horse and riding, right? I mean, because of how horrific and how awful it is. Not only that, I mean, it wasn't like he took one of the children and left her with anybody. I mean, oh my God. Not that that would make anything better, but yeah, she really needs to be on high alert, Sasha. Because yeah, he could have been waiting around her home. He could be anywhere, especially if he did this all in the morning when he came and picked the girls up, or the early afternoon, and then took them out there, did this all, and then got out before anybody was alerted. And again, the girls weren't even found until Monday. They weren't looking for Travis Decker on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know what I mean? It's like then they finally started realizing that this was serious and again got off their patoots and did something. Megan L says I couldn't do it. There's no way. I know I couldn't continue to survive if I lost all of my children. I mean, because if you have a child, thanks Meg for saying that, because that's what I meant by that, was that, if you have children to live for, it's a big difference than when you don't, right? So if one child had been hurt, or their life had been taken, but all three, and then what do you have then? You don't have anything. Yeah, how does anyone know he will circle around to mom? He might, little Miss Sharon. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, or was it different park where the group of hikers thought they saw him? Yeah, so apparently they were looking around that Ingalls and Eagle Trail, and that's where they spotted the lone hiker that they thought could possibly be Travis Decker, and then they were tracking that person. So that's to my understanding, yes, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. That's where they were doing it. That's where they were tracking. Meg says, there are many women who are stronger than I am. I just know I'm not that strong. Well, and I think like you don't even know you're that strong until you have to endure it, right? But in the same way, you wouldn't want to ever have to. And I mean, you're a strong woman, Meg. I know. Um, and I know the women in here are super strong, and it's like, but just gosh, oh my gosh. It would really take something to motivate, and I think that's what Whitney's found in the advocacy, and I'm just hoping that it helps her, because again, my heart goes out to her. I just can't. No, and I will never shame her or anything. It doesn't matter what she minimized or any of that. To me, it's really irrelevant. It's just more or less about, you know, calling it how I see it, but really, I mean, I would never shame her because she did what she needed to do, in my opinion. So he could very well be waiting for the right time to come after mom. Why else would he stick around the same area? So scary. Oh yeah, I would be terrified if he was on the run because you just don't know. Um, or if I was Whitney with him being on the run, because you just don't know what his plan really was, right? We don't know. It is very scary. Yeah, we don't know until we have to be a little Miss Sharon. Yeah. It's just terrible. And again, I really think she's a great person. I mean, she's got a loving heart. That there's no doubt about it. And we need more people with compassion and love in the world. We just can't allow for this stuff. It totally could have been prevented. And well, I love all of you guys so much, and I appreciate you all being here tonight. And we're gonna, keep on trucking with true crime. Um, Tonight was a great conversation, and thank you all so much for being here, Mama Risa and Hindsight and BMW Coop. I loved having all of you guys tonight. All of my mods, you guys are the best. I just want to say that the mods are the best here. Can I just say that? And that I love you guys, and I really appreciate everything you all do. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I'll see you all tomorrow. So thank you so much. I will see you guys.